Welcome back to the Redneck Garage YouTube channel. Today, I'll be your host, and Larry will be our other host.
I ain't no host.
I'm not either. I'm not hosting nothing. It says 0, but it said there was people in YouTube. There we go. Hillbilly's in here. It's 6:15. Where you at? You're late because I'm already here.
Yeah, we've been here for a while.
We've been here since 5:40. We've been waiting on you guys. So, I was just telling you, Larry, I ordered the stuff to do a custom cage on my Z-Force. I'm gonna have the baddest cage there is, baby.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah, the problem
Well,
is freaking CFMOTO uses such weird size piping.
I know. It's like 3 different sizes all over your machine.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think I got it squared away. I ordered 1.625 Dom with a 120 wall, so which is actually thicker wall than what we got. So hopefully it'll do. I was out there bending some pipe earlier, some junk that I had, just to try to see what stuff would look like. I think I got a video coming out on it. I did today. I got to edit it, but it's just a short one explaining what I wanted to do. But I got some ideas. I'm going to custom make a front bumper. So, should look nice. He said my mini spaceship. No. Mine's Amazon special. Mine's on spaceship. Yeah.
Now he's going to turn it into a spaceship.
No, God, no. I was talking to Laura earlier today, and I was looking at the Z950 prices, and I'm like, man. She goes, holy crap, their prices went up. I said, yeah, you're getting into Kawasaki territory. She says, yep. Brandon, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. What's up? About time you make it in here. What's
I
up,
haven't seen him
Darren?
forever.
Hello, Jack. Yeah, we haven't seen Brandon. He like disappeared on the face of the earth or something. Yeah. It's been a while.
Yes, it has.
Yep. I was going to do a live stream in the garage. Oh, but I'm tired of being out there. Been out there every day this week, so I figured we'd do it down here in the studio where you actually get something nice to look at. I like that we can't see Larry. Oh, he got you. Ed says Red and Larry. Hello. Hello, Ed. What's up, buddy?
Wow, this printer filament just sucks.
I told Larry, I said, what are we looking at here? A pile of crap on rocks or what?
You said turd.
That's right, turd. A turd on a rock.
And I said, yep.
Darren, question. What is the best oil for CFMOTO to make the engine last and run longer?
What machine?
It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
Why does it?
Well, some machines you have a wet clutch, some machines you don't. So therefore, your choices are going to vary.
But if you use ATV oil, it doesn't matter.
I run Castrol full synthetic 5W50.
Look at you, special guy. I like I've been recommending the CFMOTO oil. That's what I got. That's what I'm putting in all my stuff from here on out.
Yeah, I just run the full synthetic 5W50, but I don't have a wet clutch.
Right. Brandon says at least something sucks over there, Larry.
At least something sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, Darren, you really, like Larry said, it depends upon the machine. If you got an 800, you got a wet clutch. If you got something else, you ain't got a wet clutch. You could run Rotella, which there's reasons why I don't recommend Rotella, but people do it. You could run the CFMOTO oil. You could run AMS oil. You could pretty much run whatever you want if you ain't got a wet clutch. If you're interested in the CFMOTO oil,
Ah, U1000 dry clutch. He can pretty much run whatever he wants.
yep, pretty much run whatever he wants. If you want the CFMOTO oil, Main Street Cycle does have packages on that, so you can check them out. Michigan in the house, he says.
See, I run the Castrol Edge, full synthetic 5W50, because it doesn't matter where you're at, what you're doing. The weight covers everything from hot to cold temps, everything.
Yeah, I just run 1040 all year round.
Yeah,
but it really don't get that cold here or that hot here to matter.
And see, here in Arizona, during the summer, we're 117.
Yep. Merrill says, Brandon, sorry, Michigan was in the house when I logged on. My U-Force 1000 a plow truck now. Heck yeah, man. Them U1000s are workhorses, that's for sure. Darren says negative 30 to 95 here. Yeah.
I'd run 5W50.
1040, 550, whatever you want. Pick one. They'll both do you good in that temp range there. Make sure it's synthetic though. Don't run conventional. Larry.
Yep.
Did you see they're coming out with a 0W16 oil now?
Really?
Yes, it's already on the shelves at the parts store. 0W16 full synthetic. Yep. If this oil gets any thinner, nobody's going to have any rod bearings left. You're welcome, Darren.
That's freaking thin.
Yeah, it's thin as water, dude. It's thin as water.
I mean, where's your cushioning?
It's a dang tolerances. The Bleeb says, I'm going from an international 1824 four-wheel drive dump to a U-Force for plowing. Uh-oh, he says. Well, one thing's for sure, the U-Force will be a heck of a lot funner to drive.
I was just thinking that myself.
And you won't have to look at where you're going because you'll be able to see everywhere around you. Just get the full cab and call her done. And when you're done plowing, just lift it up with your winch and go off-roading. Yeah, it's been in the 60s all week here. Yeah, they are a beast, Darren. That's for sure. Yeah. So, Larry, one thing we should talk about. Remember we was talking about lift kits the other day?
Yep.
I think we should talk about that because I've actually had a couple people in my inbox this week that put some lift kits on their four-wheelers, and they really hated how they handled and how stiff the suspension was, and the main complaint that they had was the angles on the drive shafts. And I just want to tell everybody, because a lot of people bought a lift kit because they seen videos of me doing lift kits. But I try to explain why I do certain things in my videos. Larry knows exactly why I use the lift kit on my side-by-side. Or actually, my wife's side-by-side. And is because she has the trail model, and I wanted to soften up the suspension without losing factory ground clearance. So for every quarter of an inch you move your spring on your shock up or down, that will gain you roughly an inch of travel out at the tire, whether it be up or down, depending upon. If you tighten your spring, it's going to gain you lift by an inch out at your tire. That's just a rule of thumb. That's not exact estimates, but it's pretty darn close. So I had to drop my wife's preload on her suspension by about a full inch all the way around the machine to get it to be a softer ride. So I bought a 2-inch lift kit and was able to soften it even more. I think I ended up going like 3 inches total on the rears and 2.5 inch total back in the preload off the spring on the fronts. And by using that lift kit, it put me actually just about a half an inch taller than what stock would be.
But now there's a double side sword to that.
Yeah.
As you lower the preload, you lose some stroke on some upward travel on your suspension.
Yes,
because
this is
the
true.
shock is now shorter.
This is true, but you gain downward travel,
Yes.
which will help you a lot. But one thing I like to tell people is if you're just slamming your machine in mud holes and you don't care about how stiff the suspension is, you don't care about the angle of your drive shafts, you don't care about none of that, by all means, buy a lift. And whenever I tell you this, a Z-Force 800 EX or a 1000 will take a 2-inch lift without any issues. You could actually gain a little bit more lift in that and still have plenty of travel and everything in your suspension. It may handle a little bit funnier, but you can compensate for that a little bit in the toe. But on the four-wheelers, especially the C-Force 600, which seems to be the worst one of them all, once you put that lift kit on there, it just jacks your machine so far up, you have no more down travel. It's all up travel that you have in your suspension. So you're going to have a way crappier of a ride, and your angles on your CVs are going to be in a bind. And I've had quite a number of people tell me, well, I have the kit and I haven't had any issues and my axles look like that. Well, kudos to you. You're just lucky is all you are. Because whenever you put a CV axle in that kind of a bind, it might turn and it might look funny, but in that joint, it's popping and it's binding and it's just slowly grinding itself away and it will break. So, and your ride quality is going to go to crap. I would like to tell you, if you really want to gain 2 inch of lift, do it with tires. That would be your best way. But if you need 2-inch lift so you can put 35-inch tires on your C-Force 600, you got the wrong machine to do that with in the first place. You need to get the C-Force 800 or the 1000 and then put a 2-inch lift on it and put your bigger tires on it. But a C-Force 600, you're just asking for things to break and you're just asking for trouble, because that machine was never designed to do that. It's just way too small. Think of that machine's suspension travel like the trail models. The arms is real short, the axles is real short. The longer your arms are, the longer your axles are, the more travel you can have without putting your CV in a bind. Oh, hope they got all that. Hope
Yeah,
I
I wouldn't.
explained it.
I wouldn't put a freaking lift on a trail model for nothing unless it was only about an inch, because any more than that, it'd put stuff such a bad angles.
Nope. And like I said, the only reason I used the lift on my wife's trail model was so I could keep factory lift.
Yeah.
I lost some things in other places, but those other places really didn't matter to us because the way she rides is slow. But
And now on the EX model, also that 2-inch lift, if it's a bracket lift, it's going to feel a little bit spongier in the corners, not only because your center of gravity is a little higher, but it lays the shocks out a little flatter, so they don't have as much mechanical leverage.
Right, so it softens them up just a little bit.
Yep.
Unless you're jacking your shocks up, jacking your lift up, just so you can, brag to your buddies that you got 17-inch lift and you can fit a 5-gallon bucket under it.
That's like I got a 2-inch bracket lift on my Z1000.
Yeah.
And if I'm at full lock, left or right on the steering, and in reverse,
that's right, Brandon.
My front CV will pop.
Yeah.
In 4-wheel drive with the diff lock, it will pop on me.
Yeah, I was having that issue with Laura's too. We're having some noises in the CVs but again, I put my EX shocks in the rear, so it gained it way more travel than what that thing could even handle. And in certain situations, it would just hit that limit, and that's all she wrote, man. But because eventually I took the rear lift off, put my EX shocks on the rear, and then just left the front lift on. And I got a pretty good ride out of it that way, but you really need limit straps to do that. Like Brandon said, the reason you buy a trail is simple. You need the size that comes stock. Yes. But Brandon, I also want to say, because we did not buy a trail model because we needed a trail model. We bought a trail model because it was the only thing we could find at the time, which is how I got suckered into CFMOTO. Not that I'm complaining, but that was before we knew anything about CFMOTO, and that's the only thing anybody had for miles and miles. And so we bought it. And after we bought it, we realized that the ride was just garbage, which is why I'm doing what I'm doing now. And sure, I could trade it in and get something else, but you know what? I like building stuff. The Bleep says, I bought my used 1000 with 30s on it. Shocks are maxed out at highest setting. 2-inch spacers. Should I move front spacers to reduce shock load and eliminate rearward movement causing rubbing? Oh man, if you got, how on earth? Yeah. If you got, I want to know first of all how you got 30s.
All right. Stop here just a second. At highest setting has 2-inch spacers. The spacers are causing the problem. Because when those spacers push your wheels out further, as you turn, they take a longer arc, which is going to put it right into the backside of the fender when you turn.
But what I want to know is how they can't be true 30s, because my 28s on my machine,
you're gonna make me do this, aren't you, Steve?
Yeah, because my 28s on my machine, without the spacers, they just barely don't rub. With the spacers, they rub even with me trimming the plastic. So I want to know how he ended up with 30s. And of course, they're going to rub with the 2-inch spacers. Yes. But I don't know, because, well, I got 1-inch spacers on mine, plus my wheels are offset by 1 inch. So I technically have 2-inch spacers, and mine just barely don't rub. But if
you're gonna make me do this.
If I put 30s on it, it would rub all day long everywhere.
Nope.
What do you mean no?
Gonna disagree.
Huh?
Gonna disagree.
You must have a different side by side than me, because they rub all day long.
I got 30s on my Z1000 and they don't rub at all.
I don't know how. Well, All right, okay. I do have Hester shocks. I got more travel than you, so maybe that's why.
No.
Gotta be why.
All right. Let's see if I can get this right on my phone. Nope, I can't. Let me switch this around.
Merrill says, the more I hear from everyone, the more I understand these shocks are junk and see why everyone says go to Hester. Yes, Hester. I have Hester shocks on mine. Yes, yes, yes. There's no question about it. Now I got echo. Larry, mute
I'm going
that
to take care of it just a second here.
thing.
All right.
Ed says, doesn't Bleep have the U-Force? Aren't the fenders shaped different? I thought he said he had a Z-Force 1000. Oh, he didn't specify. Okay. That would be the difference there. Yeah, the U-Force can definitely take the 30s without rubbing, without the 2-inch wheel spacers. Yeah, the bleeb left, you get farther turning radius than you do the right on CFMOTO. I don't know, man. Mark, my 28s will rub. And I have with the 28s and the Hesters, I have almost 15-inch ground clearance. So that stock is what, 12-inch? That's 3-inch lift. That's with the 2-inch tires. Now I can gain more lift out of those shocks if I wanted. I got a U1000 with 30s. They don't rub. Yeah, Jack, the Bleeb said he had spacers. He had 2-inch spacers. That's what causes the rubbing, is the 2-inch spacers. Which spacers are nice to have. Now what's he doing?
30s. Those are 30s.
Let's see it turned full lock, baby. See, that's about where my 28s are.
That's full lock. And these are 30s.
You know why?
I'll grab my 27s.
Nope, I know why, Larry. I know why it's different. You're using the stock rims.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're using the stock rims.
Here's my 27s.
Yeah.
Let me get something to put down here where this doesn't roll. That's a 27 up against my 30.
Yeah. Yeah, you're using the stock rim offset. That's the whole difference right there.
Yep. If you went to a 5.2, it's going to rub. If you put spacers, it's going to rub.
Yep.
You must run a 4.3 offset in the front with 30s.
To get the 30s, yep. That's why. That's the whole difference. For some reason, I was thinking you had aftermarket rims.
I do. Look, right there.
On your 27s. But I thought they was on your 30s.
They will be on my 30s will be on these wheels on Monday.
Are they stock offset or no?
No, this rear wheel is a 6.5 offset. It's 11-inch wide.
Wow.
It's a wide ass wheel.
So I wonder how it's gonna handle that.
Too.
Huh. Oh,
Yeah,
that son says,
you see how deep that is?
yeah, I like that.
Okay. Look how deep the backside is.
Jesus.
This is an 11-inch wide wheel.
On a 8-inch wide tire.
This tire here is 11-inch also.
Oh, because on camera it looks stretched.
That's an 11.
Huh. Damn. Yeah, that's a fatty. I should have got
And that's
wider
awesome.
rims
But
for my
now
tires.
that I'm gonna stretch some 10s onto these bead locks. Just because that'll
Yeah.
square up the ass end again.
But now you're gonna get rubbing, ain't you?
I'm gonna find out.
You'll probably have to do what I did and trim my. I had to trim my plastics to get the rubbing to stop.
Yeah, this little corner down here.
Yep.
Now you can see there's a little bit of rubbing on the bottom of that fender right there when the suspension's fully compressed in a turn.
Yep. Mine used to do that too, and I said I even after I trimmed, I just said screw it and got rid of the fenders. I love it without them.
No, I don't like the mud.
Well, you just can't slam through the mud. That's all. I don't like mud either. That's why I try and go around it. I'm not a mud guy.
Hey, look at that.
I'm a
Look at that differential.
fast
That
driver
differential's
guy.
the original one.
You're lucky.
7,000 miles on that diff.
That's because you got the Q850. Thank you, the Bleeb. Appreciate it, buddy. That helps out quite a bit, actually. I
Now, if anybody
appreciate all
wants
you
me
guys
generous
that do
and
that.
donate a pair of shocks, I can use a pair of shocks. I blew these ones out.
I can donate you a pair of trail rears.
No, they got to be EX.
I thought the trail rears were the same length.
I'd have to double look.
I think the EX ones just have a little bit more travel. Double check that, because if they'll work, I'll give you the trail shocks that I have.
All right. Yeah, because I blew these ones out about a month ago.
Well, heck, you could probably take them apart and fix the seal. But you know what? You could always run the trail shocks anyway, because it's literally I don't know. My EX shocks went right on. The Bleep says, "Let's go, Brandon." I did it.
Let's see if this thing starts. Oh, wait, it's a CFMOTO. Of course it's going to start as soon as I bump the key.
Okay, you can start the podcast. I'm here now. Hi, Steve. Hello to all my CFMOTO friends. Hey, Thomas, buddy. How you been, man? How you been?
U.S. factory lights, Steve. Blinking.
Yeah. Larry needs a cage chop.
I do.
I can't wait to do mine. I ordered everything. Everything I think that I needed. I'm sure there's more. What's up, Andrew? How you been, buddy? We're just in here chilling, talking about a little bit of everything. Talking about tire sizes right now. And Larry blew a shock. He just needs them Hester shocks. And he's got his backup cameras.
Hey, Steve, come clean this garage.
No.
Come on.
No, thanks.
You can help us put all this shit away still too.
Hey, Renegades. No, I'm good. Your
Are
wife
you?
is doing a fantastic job.
I know. Oh.
Yeah, Andrew, I would love to do a Hester shock giveaway, but Hester is too tight. He's too tight. I'll talk to him though, see what I can get him to do. Because that would be pretty cool if I could give a set of his, at least a set of stage 2s away or something. I mean, that would be better than stock ones. Thomas is doing great. Thanks, Steve. Working on my new cars. Got a new ball joint kit like yours today. Oh, heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Hillbilly says you got too much stuff, Larry.
Fuck, I know. We haven't got everything put away yet. We just moved in here.
Just think, he was staying in a camper for a little bit.
Yeah, all this shit was in storage.
Yeah. He got too much money. That's what I see. He's got like a 3D printing farm now.
Oh, why the hell isn't my door closing? Oh, son of a bitch.
Hey, the bleeb says, what about aftermarket A-arm bushings? There was a guy that was making them, but he quit. Last I heard.
Garage products.
Yep.
Hey, there's my factory seats.
Yep. Andrew says, damn, I thought my garage was a disaster.
Hey, we just started moving in here.
Yeah. And 6 months later, it'll still look like that.
No, because I want to park my side-by-side in here so I can do some freaking work to it I haven't done forever.
Yeah. How about a raffle? What kind of a raffle, Jack?
What are you doing, boy?
I'm doing giveaways. I'm not sure if you've seen them videos or not, but
oh my God,
I'm doing
Zach, get some clothes
CFMOTO
on.
giveaways.
Hey, what are you doing, woman? Oh, yeah, with your naked ass.
The Bleeb got a clutch kit from MSC. What? Heck yeah,
I took
man.
care of it.
You'll like a clutch kit.
Hey, the kid got me a new computer chair. Let's check this out.
Wait.
Oh my God, the seat's hard in it, Cameron.
I have a new 21U Force and find it too jumpy. I have been told to adapt pedal max from Polaris. Yes. That will help you. Because it's the angle of the throttle where your foot is. You really have no control. It's that way in the Z Forces too. Eventually you get used to it and you figure it out. But yeah, the pedal max from Polaris does work very well.
Oh.
Where did Brandon go? Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. He just went like MIA.
Did he?
Yeah. I haven't heard him say his old lady probably got on him.
The old ball and chain?
Yeah.
I guess she prefers that over old lady.
Yeah. He turned his camera off while he got yelled at.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're welcome, Johnny. Dat Son said, I found a fix for the dimmer as well. Yeah. I almost didn't do a live stream tonight, guys. I was out in the garage and I was like preoccupied out there, and Brandon's off writing a check. Yeah. Yeah. For 0.01. I think that Merrill, I think that was a just a 950 and a U-Force thing. Bright display on the U-Force one. Yeah. Yeah, them displays are pretty bright. I know a lot of people that are just putting window tint over them. They don't bother me none, but I sit higher.
Yeah,
I
I
can
haven't had a
change
problem with them.
I can change the brightness of my display, but it sucks because at night you'd have to change it to dim, and then during the day you'd have to change it back to bright. And I just leave it on bright. It doesn't bother me, but I'm taller. It's out of eye level for me, so I can understand some of the shorter folks where it's kind of in their face how it could really hinder. Hey, Brett.
Well, those shorter people just need to get a little bit taller.
Yeah. What switch? Sup, Buttercup? I think I'm about to off these glasses. They're hurting me with my headphones. So is the CFMOTO hat. It's kind of rough. Yeah, they are bright, Hillbilly. They are definitely bright. They should have made them so they dim when you turn your lights on. Yeah. It's Chinese for you, man. Chinese. Now what are you doing, Larry?
Oh, I'm changing some filament in my printer.
Ah.
I got a roll of filament that just sucks ass.
Ah, yeah, that'd be, if you could just stick in a new switch, that'd be all right for sure. Hey, at least we got to give CFMOTO credit. They're not ignoring all the small minor issues like most companies will. They're taking care of them. They might not recall your machine. They might not reach out to you and say, "Hey, I'll give you a discount on this or whatever," but they are taking care of them on the newer models. Unfortunately, we are the test dummies and the test pigs that complain, and they listen to our complaints and they fix it on the newer stuff. So you got to give them credit there, I guess.
You know,
They are trying.
I can't bitch. My Z1000 was a 2018. It was like the 253rd or 252nd one that come off the assembly line, and it's been a great machine.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no complaints about mine. Yeah, there's some minor things that I could squawk over, but I don't find it worthwhile to even mention.
Yeah, it's been I can't bitch about it.
Yep. I put some hard miles on mine. I might have went through 3 diffs, but everything else has been top notch. And just to think how you can go through diffs without even touching an axle. My axles have seen 3 diffs. Usually, a diff will see 3 axles.
Yeah, normally.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. You have to let everybody know which wires, that way they can resolve that. Merle says all brands have issues. The fit and finish on the new Polaris 4-wheelers is horrible. Oh, dude. The way that Polaris is moving in the direction that they're going, I do not like. I'm not a Polaris fan to begin with, but that's more of like a brand thing. I always thought their machines looked pretty good. For the most part, most of their machines had a good aesthetics to them. But now they're changing everything, and not for the good.
Well, you want to hear something really screwed up about Polaris?
What?
The new Pro R. They're boasting something like 29 inches of suspension travel.
Yeah.
But the problem is they're getting 4 inches. They're counting 4 inches of tire squish into the suspension travel. You don't count tire squish into freaking suspension travel.
No, you don't. The bleep says, Larry, can you print high temp filaments like ABS and make us some bushings? Would you like to inform him of what we've been working on?
Really? Well, just a second here. Let me pull something.
Darren says, I love my Z-Force 800 Trail. Just needed a 3-seater to fit grandkids, so bought a U-Force. Hey, you can't go wrong with the U-Force. I love them things. That son, I couldn't be happier with mine. Sure, there's a few things that I needed to adjust, but for the price, it's a no-brainer. Well, and you know what? Every machine, even the 40K ones, there's going to be something that you're going to need to tweak. Andrew says, I've put over 1,000 miles on mine in a year, and they wasn't gentle miles. Steve, I know you've seen some videos. Yes, sir. The biggest issues I've had was a wheel bearing, but again, not a CFMOTO issue. Yeah, it happens. It does happen. I just had to replace my first wheel bearing on my wife's trail. One wheel bearing out of all the CFMOTOs that are in my garage. One wheel bearing. I say the odds are pretty good. And that mainly due to lack of maintenance on hers, because it does more sitting than anything. It's a 2018, a very late 20s, early 18, late 17 model, and it's only got 1,000 miles. It does a lot of sitting. But that's all going to change this year, because that's why I'm doing all the work to it, so she'll actually ride it and stay out of mine.
Put that up, Steve.
Oh, I didn't even see it. It's white with the background. There we go.
We're working on something.
What is that, the bleeb? We've already been talking about it. I gave him the measurements and everything that he needed. And he's going to send me a set to test. I think I'm going to test them on the wife's machine.
Well, now that I got a garage again, I think I'm going to throw them in mine.
Well, there you go.
But, here's the whole thing. Is just this one bushing is 2 hours and 58 minutes to print. Now you know why I have 3 freaking printers.
Yep. I wonder how they're going to hold up, though. Because the way you're printing them, I wonder how they're going to hold up.
Yeah, they should hold up pretty good this way. Because they'll be the strongest regularly.
Read Andrew's comment.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Remember the picture I sent you? My first TPU print?
Yeah. Yeah. I do. I do. Hillbilly says you need injection molding. That's expensive. 3D printers are cheap. It might take 2 hours to make one, but hey, at least you won't have to wait 6 months on CFMOTO.
Yeah, no shit.
The bleep says send me a file and I'll print and test them farmer style.
Oh, he's got a printer?
Must. Well, you get them designed, Larry. Send him a file. Let him try them out.
Yeah.
If they work, I'm definitely buying me a 3D printer so I can keep bushings in stock.
No, especially. Well, I just bought two Ender 3 Pros because frick, they had a sale on them for $100 a piece.
Thanks, Merle. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, you know, man, I'll tell you what, I'd buy me a cheap printer like you got, just so as I can print little stuff like that. Because if they work and hold up, because let's face it, CFMOTO bushings don't last very long.
No.
Like I said, my wife's trail's got 1,000 miles on it. And I just had to replace every single freaking bushing on the whole machine. Every freaking one.
I'm trying to think of when it was that my OE bushings went out.
The bleep says, yep, X-Max. Yeah, I'm glad that thing's fixed. It's right over here, actually. You guys can't see it.
I'm trying to remember when it was that my replaced my factory ones. Yeah. I think I was into it like 2,300 miles.
Yeah.
And then I made a set out of UDHM. I turned them on my lathe, and I've got about 5,000 miles on them.
Huh. Yeah. I mean, the ones on my 800EX, they all pretty much held up pretty good. The front ones, the only reason I had to replace those is because the bolt and the collar rusted together and seized up. Other than that, the bushings were tight, but I ruined the bushings when I had to cut the bolts out to get the A-arms off. So I never had a failure on the 800EX bushings, but her 500 bushing. Now, then again, 2018, 2019, they could have made a change in material that they're using, but they looked a little different. Not by much, but they had some differences.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Wonder why I got kicked out. Wonder why you got kicked out, buddy. Yeah, I want to try and do lives. I want to try to like every Friday. I don't know because
we used
a buddy of a buddy of mine wants me to start helping him work on ATVs and stuff. He's really busy over there, and I don't know. I don't know if I got time to do all that because I like doing the YouTube thing. I like doing this stuff. This is what I like to do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. So I got another member I got to add to the board. I'll have to do that tomorrow.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I got a member board in my garage now, Larry. Did you not watch the video?
Hey, I have been freaking busy. Don't say, have you watched the video?
He's been busy. He's been busy printing adult toys.
Oh my God, here come the dogs running.
Uh-oh. Surprised this computer didn't go to sleep yet. Oh, there's the lock screen right there. Never mind. Told you CFMOTO rabbit hole went full send it. That's hilarious. How do the U-Force 1000 bushings hold up? They're the
They're all
same
the same.
bushings, aren't they? Yeah, they're the
They're
same
all the
bushings.
same.
They're trash. Even when you keep them greased, and it's mostly due to the dirt still gets in there, and it just chews them bushings up. I guess I wouldn't say the bushings are junk. It's that they should have did something to keep the dirt out.
Really, what can you do?
O-ring.
Yeah.
Oh, duh.
I don't, that those ones I'm printing are gonna have an O-ring groove on each end. Actually, the O-ring groove just on the outer end.
Yeah, yeah, on the outside end. That's all you need. Pack it full of grease when you install it, and water and stuff will stay. You won't be able to grease it once it's installed and squished up against that frame.
Oh yeah. I'm actually putting grooves in it to where the grease can travel.
Yeah, but if you put O-rings on it, where's it going to travel to?
You put a little spot where a little grease passage on the back side of the O-ring.
Well, yeah, you could do that. That's true.
And you just do it on the you don't have if you don't put it if you don't put an O-ring on the inner side, okay,
Yeah.
of the bushing. You just put it on the outside. So you have like a kind of like a big thread that goes all the way through the inside of that bushing.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter because the grease will still go in from the inside. And with enough
Right.
pressure, it will squeeze past that O-ring.
Yeah, that's true, because grease gun does have a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
I've used grease guns to force things apart before.
Oh hell, I've
It's
used
that.
grease just to knock out a freaking like a pilot shaft bearing in a transmission. No
Mm-hmm.
manuals.
Yep. What are your opinions on the build quality and longevity of CFMOTO engines? Are there any horsepower mods that you plan to do? CFMOTO engines are not bad engines by any means. They're not the strongest engine. So horsepower mods, there's not much out there for aftermarket stuff, so you can't go crazy on the horsepower, but they are strong enough where you could gain 15, 20 horsepower and be just fine. I don't think they would ever hold up to a turbo, and if they would, it would require more work than what it's worth. You'd have to change out the pistons. You'd have to find a tuner guy. A
I don't
turbo
think
would
you. I don't
be.
think you'd have to. I think it would.
I don't know.
I think it can handle a turbo with like 4 or 5
6
pounds boost.
psi. Yeah, yeah,
6
6
tops.
psi. But that's not much. But
Well, that's.
if you wanted to feed it 20 psi or even 10 or 15 psi, you'd have to change the pistons.
Oh
But you
yeah,
definitely.
it's too high a
Yeah.
compression to run any more boost than that. I mean, you're
Yeah.
looking at 10.6 to 1 compression. Yeah,
Yep.
unless you want to run E85.
Yep. Yes, sir. The bleep it does. Hydraulic pressure. Took over Michigan CFMOTO and Friends Facebook page. Had 3 members, and I was the 3rd member. Started the Michigan CFMOTO and Friends Facebook group a little over a month ago, and we have 123 members. I actually did notice that. It's growing pretty good, buddy. Does the rear end on the U-Force 1000 the same as the 21?
Yes. Well,
Wait a minute. What's he talking about? The rear diff? Yes. The A-arms? I'm not sure. Probably, but I'm not sure. But if you're talking rear diff, the rear diff is the same as all the CFMOTO side-by-sides. As far as I know, up to 2022 point. I don't know if they changed it on the 600 new U-Force or not. I have to look.
Well, the changeover was 2021. They added the extra bolt to take the deflection out. That is a change in the 2021.
Yeah, they you have the old style diff, which they changed that in 2019, upgraded it to the Q860. 2020 has the Q860 0001. 2021 and 2022 have the Q860 0002, which has the bolt deflection, so it's an upgraded diff basically.
Mine's still the Q860.
Yours don't have the... Oh, you got the 1000. Yours don't have the e-brake on the drive shaft.
Nope.
Yep, okay. That's
Mine's
right.
2018.
That's right. Well, no. The 1000 had it, but the 800 and the 500 EX and Trails had the other diff. The 1000, I forgot. The 1000 has the Q860 in 2018. But the 800 EX, 800 Trail, and 500 Trail didn't get the Q860 until 2019. Can I do the clean air mod on my Z-Force 800 like I did on my Z6? Yeah. I actually have a video on how to do it on the 800, or at least how I did it, how I wanted to do it. But I've seen a lot of people watch my video and then kind of come up with their own idea of what they wanted to do. But there also has been a couple of people that did copy exactly what I did, and they love it. I love it. I think it's different.
Don't do it yet. Steve still needs to send me the factory air intake because I don't have mine no more.
Oh, yeah. Didn't I find that the other day?
Yep. I'm going to print a little cover that you can just drill a hole in your bed, and this little grill will go right into your bed and directly into the factory snorkel so you can pull in clean air.
Yeah, it'd just be a pop-in thing.
Yep.
But you still need to switch that air filter over to a uni no matter what.
Yes.
Okay, they put a new rear diff in mine in September. I was wondering what they put in there.
Probably the original style.
I don't think CFMOTO's shipping those anymore. I think
they don't say discontinued.
Yeah, but everybody I've talked to, they got the new part number. Hopefully they put the new part number in. But if you got a 2021, it's the new part number. 2021, 2022, it's a new part number. So
yeah, I can't bitch about the diff in mine. 2018's had a good diff. For some reason in 2019 they went to shit.
Yep.
But yet they're the same part number. But they changed.
Yes.
I'm kind of wondering if maybe they had a different manufacturer.
It could be. Give me a second, Jack. Larry, go ahead and keep talking while I look this up.
But I don't know if they had a different manufacturer because I know a lot of guys with like the Z1000 2019 that blow out diffs. I know one guy personally that went through 3 of them, and CFMOTO actually ended up building him a custom diff.
Yeah. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to show him the difference. They haven't updated it yet. Okay. Well, we'll go here.
Alpha.
Yep.
Oh, hey, Ed, if you're in here, I haven't forgot about you. Just with this move, I got to make those badges, the Redneck Edition badges for Ed's spaceship.
Okay. Oh, they're not going to show it on here, are they, Larry?
What?
The difference.
No, that one does not show the support.
Okay.
Bolt.
Well, if you know what, better idea. Let's watch an ad real quick.
Ad blockers do wonders.
No, I like paying myself. I know I do a close up here. There we go.
Why is your internet so slow?
It's not. Probably just lagging on your end. Okay.
Yeah, I'm lagging with a fiber optic connection.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hold on, let me get a. Dang it. Now it's lagging. Go back.
I am, Ed.
Come on. Okay. Can you guys see my mouse?
Yeah, I just seen it run across the back of your counter there.
Okay. Right here, this bolt right here. If your diff has that, it's the new style diff. If it does not have that bolt and that nut, it is the old style. All that is the deflection nut that helps keep the load off of this bearing right here. Because the junkness of the diff is the bearing in this housing. Now, I didn't show this diff, but it's basically this bolt. And actually, this diff has the holes and stuff for the new sensors, but you just won't utilize those on most machines. But that is the difference there. So now you know.
And now you know the rest of the story.
That's right. Jack says, I watched that. I just figured you were still making MSCK. Yeah, he's going to be for like the next freaking year.
Yeah, fuck.
What did he say? Hey, Mon, Redneck Garage, what about me? What did I miss? What's Ed talking about? Ruin the surprise.
Oh, I said I might freaking print them tonight.
Oh. Yeah, get to printing them, man.
You know what sucks? I got to keep one printer open just to do some stupid little projects.
Yeah.
Do you know what a lithopane is, Steve?
No. Yes, I do.
Okay, search 3D printed lithopane.
Okay.
I
can't do that on here.
You can't do that on there?
I can, but they'll copyright me, remember?
No. Here, I will Google it for you.
You're welcome, Jack. Let me know if they gave you the new one. If they didn't, I would call up and complain. Because they should. Now, whether or not that means that diff is more bulletproof? I don't know. I don't have but maybe 600 miles on mine, so I'm not sure. But I'll definitely be the guy to test it out. I'll let you know. Now, as soon as I'm done with the wife's build, somebody asked me about engine performance, and I didn't keep telling them what I wanted to do. I want to pull the heads on mine. I want to buy the new 950 heads, the 950 HO heads, because the only thing they did was they put heads with better flow on it. It's still the same block, other than the clutch. They changed the clutch, something in the clutch. I don't know what that is, but they changed the heads, and they got bigger valves and all that stuff. So instead of spending a bunch of money on machine work on my heads, I could literally buy the stock 950 HO heads and then just do a port and polish job. And actually, I probably wouldn't even have to do that. But I would, just because they'd be new. I could do it, port and polish, get better flow, and that would be a huge performance bump. My Ed says my diff is holding up well, and we tested it out pretty well. Yeah, Ed, you're you're pretty lucky. You're banging them 32s off a rev limiter, man. Yeah, I'd say the diff is holding up pretty well. What are you printing now?
I knew one of those.
And you wearing them out or what?
Yes. I was trying to get my webcam to go over there a little bit further because not many people get a first layer or even any layers that look like that.
Right.
All nice and smooth and perfect.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lithophane. I share my tab there.
Oh. Yeah.
This is a 3D printed lithophane, and you backlight it, and it looks like this one over here. I want to do one with CFMOTO.
That would be cool. Bet it would be fragile, but definitely cool.
No, they're like up to about 4 millimeters thick.
Where the layers just spread out so you can kind of see through a little bit?
Well, you have to print it vertically.
Yeah.
So you print it up, and then you just put a little night light or something behind it, just a small light, and then when you light it, it looks like the one here on the right.
Yeah. Huh. That's pretty neat.
But yeah, I mean, they... Like, here's one that's like another one. They show it half lit.
Huh.
But yeah, they just... But I was thinking that would look pretty cool to CFMOTO side by side in there.
Yeah. Hillbilly says he wished he got in a front bumper because last year it was $250. Now they're $300. One thing I want to mention to everybody is be prepared, because the more CFMOTO grows, so is their prices. So if you want to play now. Don't play later. Just saying.
Hey, and with the way the current administration's running shit, the dollar ain't worth nothing anyways.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, where's he at? He didn't even say bye, screw off, nothing. Huh, we got a pretty good comment section going tonight.
Oh, shit.
I got 2 videos coming. You guys want them both tomorrow or spread out? They're small ones.
Oh, and for people that say a CFMOTO Z-Force isn't fast enough to cruise down the interstate, go check out my live I posted over on Z-Force Nation. It's about 12 minutes long. I piss off a guy in a Mustang because as we're getting ready to get on the interstate, I smoke his ass across the intersection.
Yep.
And then I jump on the interstate.
Andrew says Brandon was probably grounded and sent to his room. I don't know. His wife's pretty nice. I met her.
Well, she was being nice because you were there. She couldn't freaking DV
Beat
him
on
like
him?
she normally does.
Yeah, that's true.
We should buy CFMOTO stock.
You know what? That probably ain't a half bad idea.
Yeah.
I wonder if they do they even have stock?
Oh yeah. They got to.
Oh, there we go. Wonder what it would be under. I'm looking now. That he's right. We probably should.
You know, somebody just had to bring it up, Steve.
What?
Fucking ban him.
Who, Merrill?
Yeah.
The whips? I just ordered the rival bumper, fender guards, and rock slider kit. Heck yes, man. You can go ahead and send them bumpers my way, though. I already have the fender guards and the rock sliders. Merle, let's talk whips and whip mounts. Where can I get mounts that bolt to the front cargo hold downs since I run a Subaru ATV rear windshield? I made mine.
And Merle just got banned.
I made mine. I welded which actually works pretty good. You have to check out my video on it.
Yeah, but you're running some really shitty whips, very fragile.
Yeah. They'll ask Ed how fragile my whips are. Ask him. Ed, tell these guys how fragile my whips are.
It's too bad somebody just couldn't make you a custom pair.
Hold on. Rob says he can't comment and was wondering if we're done with the live.
No, I can't comment either. Like in StreamYard, normally I have a comment deal down there. I've got to go over to like freaking if I go over to comments, it won't let me do nothing.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna call Rob from Holly Power Sports. See what he's doing. Look at Ed. Bounced off a tire over.
What's up, my dude?
Hey, we're live now still, bud.
Yeah, I'm watching it, and I actually heard your phone ding.
Huh.
I still can't. When I click back over to the page, I still can't comment at all.
What if can you see the chat?
Let's see something. I can't do it while I'm on the phone.
Okay. I'm gonna post a link in the chat. Click that link. It'll bring you into the the stream.
I did click a link to see the live show, but it wasn't it still did, that's what led me to the, and then it wouldn't.
Well, I just posted a link where it'll put you in the live.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me try that.
Okay.
Good
All
job.
right.
Thanks,
Yep. Bye. All right. Rob from Holly is going to try and join us. That just happened to me halfway through a comment. It went down and was down till just now. Huh. I don't know, guys. That is super weird. Maybe YouTube is being dumb.
Look how beautiful those first layers are, Steve.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. Merle says that's because you're banned. Holly Power Sports. I just for the record, guys, I've never banned anybody from any stream.
Oh, Steve, I am down to one monitor.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm only down to 2 because this third one doesn't work.
I'm down to 1 because after the move, I can't find my power adapter for the one on the right.
Aw. You'll have to go and get one off Amazon. Just take it from the wife's vibrator. She'll be all right.
Oh, that thing's 240 volt.
Oh. How often do you recommend greasing the wheel bearings? Not too often, honestly. I mean, I did it once in like 2,500 miles, and they're fine.
7,000 miles, never been greased. OE bearings. OE brakes, still on the original brakes that it came with 7,000 miles later. Original axles.
Yep, I'm on original axles, brakes, bearings.
Original diffs.
I can't say that. I'm on my third. You need to use that big ass screen, Steve. Yes.
But I do need to pull out my front drive shaft.
Boom, baby. 42 inch.
It freaking vibrates when I go into 4-wheel drive and I pull the console. Yeah, I pulled the console off and U-joints are a little bit worn and the carrier bearing is a little sloppy.
Yeah. I think I got to pull Laura's center drive shaft out. It's clanking a little.
800 miles, brakes just started squeaking.
Oh, yeah, get used to it.
Get used to it.
Earplugs.
Here's the thing about CFMOTO brakes. The best thing you can do is put a 45-degree chamfer on the ends of the pads. That will cut out about 80% of the squeak.
Yep. You know what I do? I just ride mine.
When you're in a dusty environment, forget about it. They're going to squeak. The dust is going to make them squeak.
Yep. Hey, Rob, you can join the live if you want, Bubba.
Oh, the wife's pussy's in here.
God.
She is. I don't need your ass in my face, cat.
What is private chat? I got a private chat.
Yeah, that was me. If you look at StreamYard, you got 2 tags.
Okay, yeah.
You and I can send something back and forth.
Oh, we can talk about these guys without them knowing?
Yep.
He said, I'm in, my brother. Yeah, there you go. Anybody who wants to come online, they just click that link and it'll put your face right up here with ours. And you can talk to everybody. Can't hear squeak over my exhaust. Dude. I couldn't hear an airplane over your exhaust. I told you it's going to be loud. Well, he said, I like loud. And then he heard it and he's like, wow, that's loud.
Oh.
What's up?
You are lagging. There's always a delay between YouTube and StreamYard.
Yeah, that's just the way that goes. Yep.
No.
Oh, come on, Rob. You can join in. You ain't got to put your face on here. Just your voice.
So the 2 boys are heading off to work.
Bye, bye, bye.
To Amazon they go.
Jerry says, sitting in quarantine with my kids for 10 days. Uh-oh.
Fuck. Sounds like a vacation.
Yep. Ask Ed. Ask Ed. I did all that custom exhaust work. He come picked it up. We drove from my house to where we was going riding. Before we even got there,
Like you,
rocket booster launched off of that thing and blew it back onto the road and got really loud. He burnt up his rocket boosters. Yes, definitely hope you're doing good and everything's squared away over there, and drink lots of beer. That's right. That's what we're doing, using time wisely.
Well, you know, if he's quarantined, that doesn't mean he can't go out riding by himself, or even riding with the kids.
Quarantine to the side by side.
Yep.
Or the ATV. AB says 500 project all done. I put the rear arms on it tonight. I did not video it. I got a video coming explaining why I didn't video it, but short explanation. I didn't video it because basically it's just a waste of time for you guys to watch, because I showed you how to take them off and putting the new ones on go the same way. So it basically would have been like a 2-second video, and that, and I'm not getting a lot of interest on the build. So trying to film less as possible, but enough so you guys can understand. Hey, Rob.
Hey, what's going on, Redneck?
What's up, man?
Just living the dream, brother.
Yeah. You selling them CFMOTOs over there?
Every chance I get.
Heck yeah, man.
Just had another 800 almost walk out the door today, a C-Force.
Oh, I want one of them so bad.
Well, if you need to get rid of a set of shocks, let me know. I could use a set.
Yeah.
No, I need mine because my wheeler don't run so good without them.
Now, I keep telling Larry he just needs to get himself some 2x4s.
Shit.
That'd be about stock ride.
Yeah, pretty much.
So check this out.
Anyway.
A couple of weeks ago, we got a 400, a C-Force 400 sent to us, and they forgot to deliver one of the shocks. I'm like, how do you miss that in packaging?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. But they got it handled. They sent it to us right away. We got it done.
Yep.
So Redneck, you are talking. Are you doing only Z-Force? Or are you doing all of it, the whole gamut? What do you want to focus on?
I want to try and do everything I can CFMOTO, but I can't buy like every machine.
No, I'm talking just on the conversation here.
Oh, anything, man. Anything because we got a chat full of people that not everyone has one same machine. That I've seen there's a couple of C-Forces in here, there's a couple of U-Forces in here. There's a 950 guy or two in here. So we got a full room with different machines.
And I think
Awesome.
I'm the only one with an old school Z1000.
Yeah, when did you get that?
Oh, I've had that. I bought it brand new.
Where'd it go?
February 2018.
Where'd he go? He disappeared. Thomas says, Steve, I wish I lived close enough to you where I could pay you to do an exhaust on my 950. There's nothing for an exhaust on a 950 at all. I know, man. And I did such a freaking awesome job on Ed's. He loves it. Robert says Z-Force 950. There he is. He's back. I think there's some interest on checking valve clearance. I did that, buddy. I got a video on that. I did a video on almost everything. I'm running out of video ideas. I just told the wife tonight I'm ready to start on a C-Force build. I need an 800 XC. I don't want the 1000. I'd love to have the 1000, but the 1000, I figure not everybody and their brother's going to want one. So I figured focus on the one that they would want the most, which would be the 800. So, yeah.
No,
I wish I
had
was closer to
I've
you,
had
man.
my
I'd definitely
C1000
lend mine
since
for that.
February of
Yeah.
2018. I bought it brand new.
Yep.
It's been a great machine, and I beat the piss out of it.
Yep. You know what I'd love to do, Rob, to an 800 XC? I'd love to put a set of portals on one.
That'd be fun.
6-inch portals, 35-inch tires.
Jeez.
Yeah.
You may want to put some big old wheel spacers on it too, because you'll tip over.
Well, the portals will space you out.
They're like what, 4 inches on each side portals?
Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna be a wide puppy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hang it with the EX.
Yeah. AB said 800s are little toys. Not really, man. The 1000 only has 10 horsepower over it, so
Wrong.
what, 11?
23% more horsepower.
The new one?
No. Even my 2018 has 23% more horsepower than the 800.
How many horsepower is it? It's 72.
79.
79. Okay. So it's only got about 10 horsepower over mine.
Shit. 23% more.
No.
I think
it's got 10 more foot-pounds of torque.
Yeah. What's that, Rob?
Oh, I just said it. I think it all boils down to application as far as, what's the bad dog and what's not. I mean, not everybody, as you know, needs a 1000. Not everybody needs an 800. I know some people that seek out the 400. And to me, I'm kind of perplexed by it. For $1,000 more, you get a lot more. But in the same token, that's people don't get it. I mean, power steering and the winch alone to bump up to the 500 is beyond worth that 500 or that $1,000 extra.
Yeah, I agree. But if it were me, I would probably splurge for at least a 600.
Well, the 600, in my opinion, obviously having the touring and riding, I've ridden and driven every single CFMOTO out there, except for the EX, the 1000 U-Force. Not EX, XL, because we don't have them yet. But outside of that, I've driven every single one that's out on the market right now. And from the 500 to the 600, you're not getting any horsepower. You're getting the creature comforts, the nicer ride, and it is a way nicer ride. I've had disputes with folks in the past about what's the best riding machine in the lineup, and my strong opinion is the 600. Just because of the way the seat is, the way you sit in the machine, it's got a better center of gravity. They're all great, but in my opinion, the 600 C-Force in the ATV lineup is the most comfortable riding and most plush riding machine. That's just my own opinion. But so as far as there again, it all depends what you're looking for. The 500 versus 600, you only got a couple more horsepower, and the weight to horsepower ratio, the 500 is faster.
Yeah, that's true. I know I haven't ridden any C-Force except for the 800 XC, and I was actually shocked at how soft that thing rides. It rides exceptionally well, and it is a big boy. It is big. So, but I liked it, and I took the wife for a ride on it, and ever since she wants one. She wants one. So, and the only reason I would pick the 800 over the 1000 is I don't need the 1000 power. And even though they're the same chassis, it's just a different engine. So you're getting the same machine, really. So,
All right, here it is. The 1000
what?
over the 800 is almost 20 horsepower more.
Okay. So that just
So
makes up for what I lose in clutch.
yeah. So from my understanding, and this is just from our boys over at MSC and Real Talk Power Sports, is and I haven't been able to. We have 1000 in our showroom, but I haven't been able to drive it yet because by the time it got built and assembled, we put it in our showroom and we didn't have batteries yet due to the CFMOTO battery shortage. So all these units are being delivered without batteries. So I had to buy batteries from an alternate source. And by the time I got a battery in it to start it up and give it its full rundown, it was already in the showroom and I wasn't going to take it out and beat it up. But getting back to the original point, where the 1000 really shines over the 800 is through the mid-range and right at the start. The top end speed, from my understanding, is pretty much the same.
Yeah, the speed is basically the same.
Really? You want to say it's basically the same, really, Steve?
Larry, not everybody can travel 100 miles on interstate with 30s to get to 80 miles an hour.
81.
Oh, 81.
81 on the Z-Force 1000?
Yes.
Yeah, with 30s. He got 81. Yeah.
Is that on a, what do you call that? Because I know the speedometers on the C-Force or the CFMOTOs are sometimes to be put in question.
This is on GPS.
He did it on
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
GPS.
That's pretty slick.
Yeah.
And now you're all clutched up?
I'm stock clutching.
Yeah.
No.
He's stock clutch on 30s, but he's not telling you that it takes 10 miles to get there.
I don't take that long to get there. It don't take that long because Steve's got the video.
Yeah, it's on my channel.
On his channel. And you can see where I hammer on the throttle and how long it takes me to get to 81. It's just a few seconds.
Downhill with the wind at his back.
Yeah.
Hey, man, don't start picking on him. This is all CFMOTO here. Push that. That's awesome.
But but when I said that the machine would go that fast, and is why I ended up videoing it, is because everybody told me I was a goddamn liar. There's no CFMOTO 1000 that goes that fast, especially with 30s.
Yeah, 30s is the reason it goes that fast, though.
But my 30s don't weigh 100 pounds each.
No. But the 30s changed the gearing enough to where when you're cruising the interstate, you can get up there to 80. You're not going to get that with stock tires.
Nope. Stock tires, you're actually going to top out
about 75.
True speed with stock tires, you're going to top out around 65, 67.
I get 72 with my 28s on my 800 GPS.
Yeah, but see, the problem is if you're on stock tires, as soon as that machine hits 74 miles an hour, the speed control kicks in and cuts your fuel till you get down to 72, then it'll take back off again.
Now, see, I've never hit my speed control. So the fastest I've been was 72.
Yeah, at 70, it'll come in at 74. Then when you slow down to 72 on a speedo, then it'll take off again.
Yeah. Well,
that's why I'm stuck at the 81 miles an hour. If you notice when I'm hit the 81 miles an hour is when my factory speedo says I'm doing 74.
Yeah.
That's because I'm up against that factory speed limiter.
Wonder how you could disable that.
It's in the computer.
In the ECU. Yeah, it's in the computer, but yeah.
I'm sure that somebody could tune it out.
Yeah. The
Hey, Steve,
bleeps
you mind
is.
if I give a shout out real quick?
Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a big shout out to Merle. I know you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah.
Any Michigan folk around, Merle started a page, Michigan CFMOTO and Friends. Merle's doing a fantastic job housing that page and doing it up real good. Check it out for all your Michigan riding. There's a whole bunch of good stuff on there. Michigan natives, locals, sharing information. I guess Bundy Hill is a spot park over by, in Michigan.
We're
There's
gonna
a big
check that out.
right on. Check that out if you're in Michigan. But yeah, big shout out to Merle. Merle, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Yep. We actually talked about that probably about an hour ago too.
Okay.
He's doing a real good job over there. Yep. Ronald
Let's see here.
says,
Oh wait, I was also told, Steve, that my machine was totally stripped down in order to go that fast too.
yeah. Well, also one thing I want to mention too, sea level plays a factor in how fast you can go.
Okay. Where I did that, I was 6,500 foot elevation.
That means you was lean, making your engine more faster.
Yeah. So I should be able to go faster than that now that I'm down at like 600 foot elevation.
No.
Right.
That'll
And if you
richen
put
you up.
flames on it, you'll even go faster.
That's right. All you
Hell,
got to do.
I just did a live stream of me cruising down the interstate catching traffic.
All you got to do is do like I did and go to AutoZone and get seat covers. That adds 10 horse.
Oh no! It's the freaking Razor seats I have in mine.
Oh,
that's what's doing it.
Yes, the Razor. It's because your Z-Force is running away from the fire.
Yeah.
Nicely played.
Ron says he has a CFMOTO Missouri page. So if anybody's in Missouri and wants to link up or anything, go check out his CFMOTO Missouri page. I actually forgot he had that page. I'm in it.
Well, you know what? I also set up a CFMOTO Arizona page.
Yep. I forgot about that.
I haven't advertised it or nothing. It's a private page. Search it, you guys might find it. I set it up for people that live in Arizona.
Yeah. You only got like 4 or 5 members. I checked it out the other day, seeing if it grew.
I hadn't even looked at it in a long time. I noticed like over in some of the other groups I admin, I noticed there's more people are popping on that are in Arizona. So I may send out a deal for the people that live in Arizona to come over to that page also.
Yeah. Yep. I didn't do a CFMOTO Ohio page, but I have a Street Legal Side-by-Sides Ohio page, or I did. I gave it away to a guy because I just couldn't handle it anymore. It was too much. And there's quite a few people in there that's got CFMOTOs.
And none of them understand other states and what you can do.
That's right. What's that Missouri page again? That's where I'm from. It's CFMOTO Missouri. I believe that's exactly how he has it. Oh. My knees hurt. I've been working on my knees all week.
Hey, don't talk about that.
Hey, get your mind out of the gutter. I was working on the Z-Force.
You're around a bunch of motorheads and off-road dudes. It only goes to one spot, my friend.
That's right. That's right. I need to get a lift in there so bad. I keep telling the wife, I need a lift out in the driveway at least.
I think I know a guy who may be able to sponsor that. I don't know.
That would be sweet. I just need one of them short ones, them portable half pulls.
Yep.
That's what I've been looking at, but man, they're like $2,500. $2,500 to buy me a set of portals. I think a portable one would be sweet because then I could, in the summertime when it's real nice outside, I could wheel it out in the driveway because my driveway's all concrete. I could wheel it out in the driveway, pop a Z up in the air. That would be nice.
We can't go to your mom's, so.
Sorry, I got distracted. The wife's bringing out some pie.
Oh, we like pie.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
She's bringing out pie, and I was working on my knees all week.
Oh, she don't share her pie though. Thank God.
You ain't right, Rob. You ain't
I'm just
right.
saying. Just saying. Yeah. Yeah. How many people are in this live? I can't see any comments or anything like that. So
13,
I don't know. All right.
13.
Oh, so you can't see what I'm showing right now, can you, Rob?
I can actually see. Is that your 1000?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I just can't see any comments.
Merle says red light. Ronald says my neighbors would call the cops some more. Probably.
Oh, hey, you know what?
What?
Did you just put your nose up at my pie? And when I go get off, maybe I'll get some vanilla ice cream.
Oh, what's he doing? What are you doing, Larry? Let's go see that 81.
Hey, Steve, this is how you're supposed to do your turn signals.
You know, I do mine the cheap way.
See that?
Gotta go.
Did you get
States on
the
grill.
parts? The CFMOTO OEM?
Nope.
What'd you end up doing?
These are the factory U.S. version tail lights.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The OEM ones. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
but
what Merle did.
the U.S. No, these are the ones that mine came with.
Oh, is it Canadian?
Nope, U.S.
Really?
He added a converter.
All right.
He just added the converter.
Yeah, you can use a trailer tail light converter. They cost like $27 at AutoZone. Wire it in and use your factory stuff.
Sweet.
So you don't have to buy CFMOTO's $150 tail lights. And then my radiator's mounted back up here between the seats up in the rear. And
Merle says that's not factory plug and play like mine.
and that's my oil filter sitting on top of the radiator. Actually, it is almost factory plug and play.
It's a little easier to install than factory because you taking apart that rear end to put them factory lights in kind of suck.
No, you still got to put the converter in too.
I didn't have to take mine apart to get to them wires. I just reached my hand up in there, unplugged it, and away I went.
Oh, my hand wasn't fitting up in there. That's why it goes so fast. See those seats?
Yeah, it's trying to stay away from the fire hazard.
Yep.
Freaking razor.
So does everybody on here? I can't see any comments, but who all in here? And Redmick, just fill me in on what the comments are.
I will.
Rides all year round, and if so, what are they using for winter gear?
I ride year round.
He said winter gear, not Arizona gear.
Hey, it's winter right now. We were 39 degrees last night.
Oh, so cold.
Oh,
Winter
yeah.
gear.
I cruised
Arizona.
down the
They don't
interstate
even
wearing a
have-
tank
they're not
top
even allowed
today.
to have winter gear.
Right?
Now, hey, if I was back where I was up in northeastern Arizona, it's like 14 degrees up there right now.
Well, that's just dumb.
Yeah.
That shouldn't even be allowed in Arizona.
Oh, yeah, I was right. I was 23 miles from the New Mexico border, right on the Continental Divide, the foothills of the Rockies.
Ronald says rain suit under coveralls. Somebody else said I just wear coveralls and a big jacket and gloves. Merrill says I ride sleds and wear Klim gear. It's wind and waterproof but pricey. Somebody else said sausages.
Sausages.
That was
I
Merle.
don't. That was Merle.
Yeah, I know what Merle has because he and I talked about it the other day when he came in.
Merle must know my wife.
Oh my God.
Thank God she
Well,
can't hear me.
well, Rob's wife has got the pie.
Right. Oh, I'm glad she's in the other room now. No, I've got a FXR jacket, and then I also put a baklava on or a head sock, but something nice and warm. And then I have a couple different styles of helmet. I have an LS2 helmet that has a breath box, and
Yeah.
the snowmobile goggles for the motocross style. And then I also have a full face that helps out quite a bit.
Yeah. Merle says, "Oh my God, red light."
Larry Sands.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Ron says the rubber rain suit traps the body heat in. It does. Yeah.
And blocks the wind, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Helmet. What's that? No,
Helmet.
99.9% of the time, I do not wear a helmet. The
I
only
don't
time
really
the only
either.
time I wear a helmet is I haven't worn one since I left Washington State because up there I was doing a lot of rock crawling. So I was wearing a helmet all the time up there.
Yeah, I put my helmet on when stuff gets deep.
Yeah, usually when I start doing some questionable shit, it's usually when the helmet comes on.
Yeah.
But then there's times that I don't think I'm gonna do any questionable shit, and then I get to where I'm going, it's like, oh hey, that looks fun.
Uh-huh.
So then I'd be
Jack-
stupid. And,
Jack says thought about a heated vest. Heated jackets are pretty nice, actually.
yeah, fuck, if you're in a CFMOTO side by side, you don't need a heater.
That's true. That's true. My side by side puts off a lot of heat.
Mine used to.
Michigan law states roof and windshield don't need a helmet. Well,
Not in the side by side, yeah.
yeah. I would still recommend a helmet in a side by side because I have a friend of mine that wasn't wearing a helmet and she tipped a razor over with a custom cage, and it basically ripped her jaw off.
Well, she shouldn't have been looking at where she was falling.
Yeah, it was rough. She's back to normal now with a bunch of surgeries, but
you know, that's what gets me about the CFMOTO cages is they put those grab bars up on the cage.
Yeah.
And if you're rolling over, your hand should be nowhere near that cage.
No. On the steering wheel and on your handlebar.
Yeah.
I told
the
my
grab
wife-
bars up there.
I told my wife, I said, if we ever would tip one way or the other, go like this, real tight.
Yeah, just grab your harness.
Yep.
Yeah, even though it's law here, I'm still an advocate of the helmets just because I've heard too many horror stories. And when you're in a side-by-side, all it takes is the wrong movement, hit your head on that A-pillar, and it's done.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
bounced my head off the halo in the roof, top of the cage. I was hauling ass on a logging road, and the rain had come down the hill and created a little gully washer across the road, about 3 feet deep, but it was only about just under a foot wide. And I hit that with the front end, and it bounced me out of the seat and smacked my head right across the top on the halo. Oh,
Yeah.
that rung my bell.
Yep. I don't mind wearing a helmet all the time when I got a comfortable one to wear. It don't bother me. But like when I cruise the streets, I don't wear a helmet, even though that's probably one of the places that I should. But I find that my visibility kind of sucks. And when I'm on the street, I like to know what's around me at all times.
Right.
So I've actually had to hit the gas and move out of the way because people weren't paying attention. And I would have never saw that if I had a helmet on. So it can be a lifesaver or it could be a killer.
Or, Steve, you could just spend the money and put cameras on your side-by-side.
I could, but I don't know. I'm real paranoid when I'm on the street. I'm always like this.
Hey,
So
what?
what's
Those
everybody using for
cameras,
helmets, though? What kind of
What's
helmets
that?
everybody got?
I run a oh shoot. I don't remember the brand now.
I'd have to find mine.
Yeah,
I know mine
don't
was like
it's
300 and some bucks.
yeah, mine was like 50.
The whole face pops up, and then it's got the sun visor that also drops in behind the.
I'm waiting on CFMOTO helmets, man.
Yeah, they're going to be pretty cool. I can't imagine they would make a crappy helmet, or whoever they partnered up with to do it, because CFMOTO's not doing it. They're going to put their logo on somebody else's helmet.
Yeah. Well, the helmets that I saw from CFMOTO are pretty sweet and they're black. I don't know if they're going to have different colors, but black is fine.
Yeah. Well, it's got the logo off the side, the chin side.
Yep.
Helmet development is freaking expensive by the time you get done with all the testing and safety approvals and.
Yeah, the R&D behind it.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That gets into big bucks fast.
Hillbilly says I get a half helmet. Ed says Fox Racing. Merle says HJC CS MX2.
So I have an O'Neill helmet. I have a HJC. I have a Thor, and I have a LS2. And out of all those, dollar for dollar, comfort and security, I'm going to have to say LS2 is my favorite by far helmet. It is the most comfortable, and it's just a good helmet to have, man. And price point, their midline is motocross helmet anyway, open face motocross, or not open face, but a full face, but goggle style, not a full visor and stuff. I think they're, what do they call it? I can't remember the line of it, but it's like 129, 130 bucks. And if I had to compare it to a competitor's helmet, like another helmet that we have in our shop is a Fox, and they're like 189 for the V1. And helmet for helmet, dollar for dollar, in my opinion, humble opinion anyway, the LS2 is 100 times more value than the Fox, and you just pay a lot for the name. even though I
Yep.
sport the Fox here, you know, because it's a cool jersey.
I just hope CFMOTO helmets feel as good as they look.
Oh, I agree. That'd be really nice. I can't imagine they put out a product though.
I wouldn't think so. They just sent me a big
I'm gonna switch over to my phone. I need to run to Burger King for the wife.
Okay.
And I'll join you with my phone. I'll just set it in the phone holder, and you guys can see me.
That's fine.
Get out of here.
I gotta run up and grab my charger real quick. CFMOTO sent me a box full of shirts and stuff, and every one of them shirts just feel super high quality.
Oh, they're so nice. I have probably 8 CFMOTO shirts, and every single one of them they're just comfortable. They're soft. They're really, really nice. They feel good on. If anybody's questioning whether it's good product or not for the money, they're like $24 retail. It's totally worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah, they just there's not a single shirt in that box that doesn't feel good.
Oh, right.
They just scream high quality, and their price isn't high quality price. Their price is moderate price, but
$24 is what they retail for.
Yeah, they're high quality. I'll be right back. I got to get my charger for this laptop. It's telling me that it's going to go to sleep.
All right. Well, I'll talk about the other jerseys they have. They have a couple different jerseys that are like $52-ish, 53, and they're really nice quality. I have 2 of them, and I'm very impressed with them. They also have, and my boy Merle on here has one, a shop shirt. Merle, drop a comment. I can't see it, but Steve will see it when he gets back. Redneck will, and share it with me. What do you think of that shop shirt? And do you think it was worth the $50-some that it was? Because it looked like it was a pretty good quality, pretty sturdy. What do you think?
Ronald Grimming said that I prefer when my passenger has no shirt.
That depends on your passenger. I wouldn't make that broad stroke statement.
No, if it's like, if Seaver, I'm your passenger, no, that's a no-go.
Like if
I'm jumping off here and heading to my phone, go ahead and throw my phone in.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm trying to find a plug.
It's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Redneck, do you have any of those CFMOTO shop shirts yet?
The what?
Did they send you any?
Which shirts?
The CFMOTO shop shirts, the button-ups?
Yeah, that's what I'm wearing right now.
Oh, I couldn't see. Right on. So my question can also go to you. You know, that shirt's about $53 retail. What do you think of it? Is it a sturdy, nice shirt?
I love it. I actually like this shirt more than I like my actual everyday work shirts.
I believe it. They put out a nice product for their apparel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute my mic so you guys don't have to listen to this thing run down the road.
We're going to Burger King in a Z-Force 1000. Awesome.
Down the interstate.
Down the interstate. Beautiful. I didn't think I'd see that one ever. Thanks for popping that, Jerry.
There we go. We should be charging now, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna mute his mic. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know it's darker in here, so you guys really can't see. But this is the hold on, I can make it so you can. Is that better? The button-up shirt. This is actually embroidered. And this shirt has already been washed about probably 6 or 7 times, and it still looks like the day I got it out of the package.
So it washes well too. That's nice.
Yeah, and you know as well as I do, after you wash shirts a few times, they fade and they, they're not like they was brand new. This shirt is actually held up to the washer just fine. And I haven't exactly worked in it or anything because
Well, no,
it's
it's
a
too
nice
nice.
yeah, even though it's a work shirt.
Wait till you get about 5 to 7 of them, and then start working in a couple.
Yeah, working a couple of them. Yeah, and I've wore it out to eat. I actually got syrup on it last weekend, and you know how syrup don't like to come out of clothes. This must have some kind of coating on it because that syrup did not soak in. It came right out.
That's cool.
So I don't know if they do anything with the work shirts coating wise or what, but
Is Merle still on? I can't
hold
see.
on. He said, "How badass is that, Larry?" I know you asked a couple questions, so let me catch up in here real quick. Andrew says, "I'll take a Whopper and onion rings while you're out." Merle says, "Got 2 hats and a tee and a tech shirt from Holly Power Sports." Heck yes, I'll pop them up there. And Ron says, "I prefer when passenger has no shirt." Merle says, "It's a Christmas present, so haven't opened it yet. Sorry." I don't know what that was referring to.
I think that was referring to, I asked him how he liked the tech shirt.
Okay. Ronald says, "You jump in with me, I'll just take mine off." And somebody said, "I want a Whopper." Somebody said, "Lady gonna be cutting in and out soon." Yeah, I muted his mic so we could just kind of see what he's doing, That's what I can do around here. I can do what he's doing around here, and it's super cool.
And he's in Arizona?
He's in Arizona, yep.
All right. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, you're not really doing any gas mileage any favors, but it's just cool to be able to do that.
I get about 17 mpg in my 800.
Are you kidding me?
Yep. That's what I get.
I should have traded my Ram in and bought a side-by-side and taken that to work because my Ram was only like 16.
Yep. If now keep in mind that's city driving. If I'm doing long rides, I get about 24 to 26 depending on hills and
get out of here.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. I mean, my hour drive to work is all expressway.
Yeah.
So that would have worked out real nice.
Yep.
Definitely. And I would have had to buy my little clunker roller skate, Cobalt, just to save on gas money.
Right. Yep.
Dang. I would have much rather bought a Z-Force.
Yeah. There's times where there's a bunch of us that hop in our side-by-sides. We'll go cruise over to Hartville and to the ice cream shop, which is about it takes us about 2 hours to get there. And it's only really about a 20-minute drive in a car. But we take all the scenic roads the whole long way. So we have a really nice ride. It takes us about 2 hours to get there.
Wow. That's nice.
And I'll only use a quarter of a tank there and back.
Holy cow.
And my wife's 500 trail, we won't even talk about that. A whole tank of gas will last her all summer.
Get out of here.
I'm not even kidding, dude. I will go through 3 to 4 tanks before she goes through one.
How is that even? That blows my mind. Well, what's the fuel capacity? I don't even remember on the 500 trail.
They're like 8 or 7.8 or 8 point something, but it's around 8.
Yeah, I was gonna say on my 600 C-Force, It's got a 5-gallon tank, and dude, I'm filling up all the time. All the time.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of drive like dingbats, but still.
Yeah. Well, that's me. I drive mine a little harder than she does, so that also plays in the fact of the gas drinking. So, because I like to hear the exhaust, so I'm in the pedal a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, if we go trail riding, she'll trail ride and only use a quarter of a tank, and I'll done use a half a tank or a whole tank.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty great. Now that might change now that I'm adding weight to it by winding it and all that stuff. So, because I'm probably
Right.
adding, I don't know, 100 pounds to it, maybe or more.
It shouldn't
I'm not.
be. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's 100 pounds overall. It's not like it's 100 pounds per corner.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Ronald says my 800 show gets 100 to 130 a tank trail riding. That I don't get that trail riding, but I get that on the road. I average about 80 before my light starts flashing in the trails.
I've never kind of gauged it on either my 600 or my 800, but I don't know. I usually don't let them go too low anyway.
Yeah.
And that, hey, you know what? Have you heard anything regarding the 600 C-Force, the fuel light, the fuel gauge? I had mine replaced under warranty a long time ago. And they said it was fixed. It was never fixed. I don't know. Have you? I know you don't do a lot of C-Force, but I don't know if you heard through the grapevine.
Are you
And I keep
talking
forgetting
about?
to ask CFMOTO when I call them.
Are you talking about because the light comes on and there's still like a half a tank of fuel in it?
Oh yeah, there could be over half tank, and mine's so bad now that it just that low fuel light's always on.
Well, I don't know what kind of float. I can look it up real quick. But I don't know what kind of float they have, but depending upon the float style, you could bend that float and adjust for that. Let me look real quick. I'll pull up diagram. Actually, you know what? I'm going to share it. There we go. What year is yours?
2020.
And it's a 800 or the 600?
The 600. 800's perfect. I never had a single issue with that thing.
Is it the S or the L?
It's a
L, L being the 2-rider and the S being power steering. You got the 2 up?
Yeah, I've got the 2 up.
Okay, so it's this one. So we're going to want to go to...
What page are you on?
I'm on Alpha Sports.
Okay.
The only reason is because Main Street Cycle don't have anything past 19 on theirs, which sucks. So I'm looking here. Right here is your fuel pump assembly, which is number 5, part number 901F-1509000-1000. Or 10,000. I'm trying to figure out where the level sensor is, unless it's separate. Because that don't look like there's a level sensor on that, unless it's in there. I don't see a level sensor, but I know it's got one. Oh, I bet that's this. What part number is that? 14.
Oh, yeah. You can see the little arm and roller on it.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that's okay. It's separate and it's on the top of the tank, which is sweet. Pull that sucker out and just bend that arm. you're gonna want to bend it upward, and you're gonna want to play with it until you get it right.
Right.
So what you'd want to do probably to adjust it is run your tank till the light comes on, and judging your tank, is there a half a tank left? Is there whatever? And then you just want to bend that arm just up, just do slight increments, and that will fix that issue. So super easy fix. It sucks that you have to do it, but is what it is. But then keep in mind, at that time, empty will be empty.
Right. Well, you know what sucks is taking those plastics off.
Yeah.
That is 600. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
You think the 950 is bad?
Yeah.
Take the gas tank plastics off a 600. It'll give you a new
Yeah.
appreciation for suck.
I bet. Yeah. I'm not really a fan of four-wheeler plastics.
Yeah. And as much as I love my 800 trying to change the air filter, I mean, once you get the pattern down, it's a piece of cake, but figuring it out and getting it right the first probably handful of times, there's a lot of four-letter words that fly around.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Ed says his 950's off. Ron says his 800's off. I know my 800. Here's what I noticed with my 800, which might help people out. When your gas light starts flashing, at least on my 2019 800, when your gas light starts flashing, you have 4 gallons left. You can keep driving, but when the whole gauge flashes, you got 1 gallon left. And I know this just because of all the times I've ran it that low and got gas. I watch how much gas goes in. So I figured it out and got it down to a science. When the whole thing starts flashing, you better go get some gas. But when the light is flashing, that thing will flash for like 50 miles. Or more.
That's an annoyance.
Yeah. It doesn't bother me. I kind of got used to it and ignore it. But yeah, I wish it flashed when it had like 2 gallons left, and then the whole thing flashed when you're down to 1 gallon. That would be nice, but the flash for 4 gallons worth.
Yeah, that's a little extreme.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, you could fix that real easily just by bending that tab.
Right, I'm gonna have to check that out one of these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you and I have talked. We got a whole bunch going on over here, so
Yeah.
wrenching on this stuff isn't on the top of the list.
Yep. What'd Larry say?
I forgot what time of day it was.
Yeah, it's 7:28 there.
It's dinner o'clock.
Yeah.
Freaking rush hour time.
Rush hour in the Z.
But hey, I got good visibility.
Yeah.
Is that a rear-facing camera?
He's got like
I've
3
got-
cameras on that thing.
There's front facing. There's the left side. There's the right side. There's the rear.
Nice.
Yeah, he got that company to send him that for free.
Wow, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. That camera system with one camera is like $600.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it can't be cheap.
No. So they sent him one camera, and he did a review on Facebook, and then they hooked him up with the other cameras.
8:30.
Jay Stav says, so I have a 16 U-Force 500. It just started bucking at low speed, and I had a lot of white smoke when I got stuck for a moment, crossing a ditch and thinking it's the drive belt, but not sure. That would definitely be the drive belt, and I'm guessing that you was in high range, not low range. And Ed says, then that's about right for the 950. That's 4 plus about 5 would overflow. Yeah. Yep. Merle says Furion. That's what I have on our camper. Yes, that's a Furion system. They were gonna send me a set too, but they wanted me to do it on my camper. But my camper, we parked it at a permanent location, so I couldn't do it.
I don't have the Furion system. I've got the HaloView.
Oh, that's right, the HaloView. Yes, but it works with the Furion system, right?
The cameras will.
Yes. Okay. Because my camper is made for the Furion stuff.
Yeah, but they come with the adapter that will plug right into Furion's pre-wired power.
Yep. Jace says, yep, I was, and I knew better. So, yeah, he was in high range. Yeah. Well, I guess I don't have to lecture you because you already know. But, yeah, you know what? You can either A, you can change your belt, or B, you can keep driving it because sometimes they will smooth back out. So if you're going for long cruises, drive it in high, run that belt up and down the clutch a couple of times by changing speeds, and sometimes they will straighten back out. Not always, but sometimes.
But make sure you have a spare.
Yeah, definitely keep a spare. Yeah.
Yeah, keep a spare and bring your 8mm. Bring your 6x1 by 3 inches long. No shoulder.
That's right.
And a 10. 10 to get the
10
cover up.
millimeter.
8 to get the actual. 10 to get the deco cover off. 8 to get the cover off. And then a 6x1 by 3 inches long, no shoulder for the separating of the secondary.
Yep.
Yes, please.
I appreciate it. Ordered one yesterday. And may I recommend getting the Ultimax belt or an OEM belt. Nothing beats those two belts. Trust me, I've already been through a few different ones. I do like what's the one I put in my wife's?
Hey Steve, I'm gonna say Utilimax over OE.
I don't know about that, but just because
that
I know
how good. Pretty rigid.
Yeah, that OE belt is pretty nice.
Here's the simple fact: OE, no warranty. Utilimax, 2-year warranty.
Well, when you put it that way,
belt lasted 23. My factory belt lasted 2,300 miles before shredding. I've got over 4,000 miles on the Utilimax, and it's still like new.
Yeah. Yeah, I do recommend the Utilimax all day long. I also recommend the Dayco belts.
For the Z950, the U1000, the Z1000, the only aftermarket belt is the Utilimax.
Yep.
The other guys will say, "Oh, this belt will fit it," but yet if you cross-reference the part number,
they're different size.
Like an 800.
Yep. Merle says 210s, you're gonna lose it for show. Yeah. The only other one that's close to the factory size is the Dayco belt too, because the Dayco lists 2 different belts for the machines, and I did the measurements myself, and they're dead on. And we've had really good luck with the Dayco belts in my wife's side by side. It's actually a smooth belt, very smooth belt. But I also, for a living, I use Dayco belts on cars. They make really good belts, and they're cheap. Wow.
Now, here's the whole thing. He can go with the Utilimax belt on that machine, on that 500.
Yeah.
And if he smokes it again and it comes apart, you just call Utilimax, hey, this belt's shit. They'll send
Well,
you a new one.
you can do that with Dayco too. They give you a 2-year warranty on Dayco belt too. And any automotive supplier can get it for you same day. I got mine through work for $58. It's a $130 belt retail.
The Dayco?
Yep. I got it for
Ultimax is Gates.
Huh?
I said Ultimax is Gates.
Yes, but they're different.
No, it's not. It's Timken.
That's right. It's Timken. Yep.
Is it Timken?
Yep, it's Timken. Yeah,
okay.
He's right.
I stand corrected. You are right. I don't know why something's Gates, and I can't remember why it jumped in as Ultimax, but Timken sounds better.
The Gates one you're talking about is the Super ATV belt.
Okay.
What do they call it?
They call it a badass belt or something like that.
Badass belt. It's Gates, and they're junk. I smoked a Gates in 10 miles.
You know, I abuse the hell out of my belt by the interstate riding I do, because a lot of the times I'm at high RPM, high speed for miles upon miles upon miles.
Yeah.
And it ain't nothing for me to see upwards of 206, 210 degrees belt temp.
Yeah.
And as soon as you get over 200 degrees, that's usually when belt life starts dropping.
Yeah.
Hey.
Merle asked me for the number, and I don't remember what the numbers was. I'd have to look back at my video.
For the Ultimax?
No, for the Dayco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, the 3 belts I would always run is Dayco, Ultimax, and OEM. And I wouldn't buy an OEM just because of the money and, like Larry said, the warranty. It's nice to have a warranty.
The OE belts, I believe, are Mitsubishi.
No, it's not Mitsubishi. It's spelled like Mitsubishi, but it's different. I actually just learned that the other day. Yeah, the bleed. You can't beat the Ultimax. It's a tough belt. I actually slipped my Ultimax the other day, and no smoke, no nothing. But it was my fault. I was in high range. No. I was in high range with 4-wheel diff lock.
Oh.
Yeah. It was my fault.
Yeah, what got you in that situation?
We was pulling out a razor.
Oh. Sounds about right.
Yep. And I thought I put it in low, and I didn't pay attention. I thought I put it in low, but I didn't. I put it in high. And as soon as I hit the gas, it
It's funny that you say that, because a lot of times we'll get folks in. Yes, Merle, he just texted me on the side. We do carry, we can get the Ultimax, no problem.
There you go.
But they come in and they ask about Polaris, because we only carry CFMOTO for ATVs and side-by-sides. Yep. I said, we don't carry Polaris, but I love Polaris. They keep our shop in business. And every single one of them gets all butthurt.
Yep. Yep.
I swear to God, it's the truth, man. We get
It is.
CFMOTOs in for just their standard service and
Yeah.
an occasional warranty item, but we get Polaris in. I mean, that's 85 to 90% of our business.
Hey,
We
Rob,
we
where's your shop
rarely
at?
ever get any CFMOTOs in for actual repairs.
All of my friends that have razors, they literally keep bearings, axles, radius rods, belts, all that stuff with them when they go ride, because that stuff just breaks, especially the axles and the belts and the radius rods.
Yeah, I think the CFMOTO don't break like that because they're just such a well-balanced machine all the way around. You know, the
Yeah.
horsepower matches the axles, matches the diff, matches. I mean, in my opinion, anyway, I'm no expert nor savant, but when you got a machine that's so problem-free for the most part, and don't get me
Yeah.
wrong, I know there's going to be some folks that are like, "Oh, well, mine did this." Well, of course, you know, out of 1,000 units, there's going to be a couple that were built on a Friday after a liquid lunch. It just happens.
Or
That's
Monday.
right. Yep. Yeah.
But overall, man, I think they're just such an awesome unit. You know, I was talking with Joel Crane when I was down there for the CFMOTO takeover, and we were cruising around in his 950. And I said, "Now it's just you and I here." I said, "In your honest opinion," I said, "you've driven every single unit out there. You know the Can-Ams, you know the Kawasaki's, you've worked on every single one of them since you were able to work at your dad's shop."
All right.
I said, "In your honest opinion, what's the best manufacturer out there?" He didn't hesitate for a second. He's like, "CFMOTO, hands down." I said, "Now, is that because
Yep.
you're selling them? Is that because that's how you make your livelihood, or is that your honest opinion? And tell me why." And he was flat out, "No, I've driven them all, and I don't like this one because of this, and I like this one because of this, and I like this one because of this. But overall, as a complete machine across the board, A to
Yep.
Z from the whole lineup, CFMOTO is hands down the best." And I
Yep.
thought, well, you know what? I know Joel enough. I've known him for a while to know that he is an honest guy. He's not going to lie to you.
Yep.
He's just a true full man full of integrity and character. He wouldn't lie to you, and especially
Yep.
not to make a buck, because that'd be dishonest. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So when I
Yep.
heard that, you know, I started putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and I'm like, you know what? We don't see any CFMOTOs for actual mechanical repairs.
Yeah.
We see them because someone sank them. We see them because someone rolled them. We see them for a silly warranty issue, but never do we see them for an actual mechanical failure.
Yeah.
You know, except
I
with the rare exception of the, you know, the one-off here and there.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. I've been around every brand, make, and model of machines all of my life. I grew up racing at the racetrack. I started racing when I was 4 years old. My dad, growing up, he had a motorcycle ATV business in our backyard, and I watched him wrench on every freaking brand there was, make and model. And, you know, in all honest opinion, you cannot beat old Razor 800. The first ones that come out, they were tanks. They wouldn't quit running. They wouldn't break. And then they come out with all this other junk. But back then, at the same time frame, Razor Polaris ATVs and all that was actually really good stuff. And then it all just went downhill from there. And now you have CFMOTO, who come out. They basically copied, in the beginning, they basically copied the old Razor 800. We all know that. And the early models of CFMOTO was garbage. It was your typical Chinese junk. But over the years, they wanted to build their business, so they got serious and started doing the R&D and figuring out what worked and what didn't work. And as we're seeing now, just in the 2022 lineup, look at all the small nitpicky things that CFMOTO has changed and made better. You know, they are getting better every year. And I have no complaints with our CFMOTOs. I love them. They're easy to work on. They're not cheap in the parts department, but that's mostly due to there isn't a lot of aftermarket parts like there is for all the other brands. But CFMOTO, it's one of my favorites for sure. My second favorite would be Kawasaki, and my third favorite would be the Honda. But everything else, in my opinion, is pure garbage. You know?
Yeah, I tell you what, we just had a 2021 Sportsman XP 1000 come in the shop for its first service. It's a nice looking bike. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
The transmission is super smooth. But I tell you what, the seating and the handlebars,
Yep.
to me, terrible. Absolutely
Yeah.
terrible.
Yep.
They're very uncomfortable. Now, and then I don't know if you've seen them yet, Redneck, but the engines turn sideways so the CVT faces the rear tires.
Honda did that too.
Yeah, there's such tight clearances. Like, I would never want to actually work on one outside of doing basic maintenance.
Yeah. Yep.
And I certainly don't want to take a belt, change a belt.
Well, you know, even back in the day, like we'll just say a Polaris, we'll just say a 2000 Polaris Sportsman. We'll just go with that. They're super hard to work on because they're plastics. You got to like rip apart the whole bike just to get to the engine and do normal maintenance. It super sucks. But you know, on an ATV, when you get fancy plastics, you're gonna kind of have that no matter what the brand is. And God's honest truth. You know?
I mean, the better the fit and finish of the unit and the more polished it is, that's just inevitable.
Yeah, you're not going to get away from it no matter what brand you go with, especially nowadays where everything's covered in plastic because they want it to look nice. Me, I grew up on sport quads, so I'm used to like the no plastic type deal and able to, on a trail, reach in there, pop a spark plug out. You know, if something happens, pop the spark plug out, blow the water out. You can't do that on today's ATVs. It literally, you got to load it up on a trailer, bring it back home, and spend a week on it to get the plastics apart. Is what it is, really, but.
And that's what I was talking about earlier with the 600 being the plastics are such a pain. It's because it's such a nice looking machine with such refined, that's the word I'm looking for, refined plastics around it, and it looks so sophisticated. You're right. I mean, there's no way of getting around it.
I do have to say though, out of all the sporty ATVs, I think CFMOTO has the looks down pat compared to Can-Am, Polaris, all them other guys. I really, really like the looks and the style of the C-Forces over the other brands.
I 100% agree.
Yes, but I like the color choices Can-Am offers. How they just they make theirs pop with the colored bumpers and the beadlock wheels, kind of like what CFMOTO is doing with the 1000 C-Force, right, the beadlock wheels. If they added just a little bit more color, they could be right there with Can-Am's color. But for the look, the body style, how the seat, how it just feels when you're sitting on it, no other wheeler feels that way. None that I've sat on.
I tell you what, we got a the end of 21 and
Yeah.
the 22 season, they have for the 600, they gave a red choice. They call it C-Force Red. They have
Yeah.
a white, which is just gorgeous. It looks like a stormtrooper. It's so cool.
Yeah.
We had that on the showroom floor for literally 2 days and it was gone.
Yep.
And then they have the 800 XC in a ghost gray, which was the same
Yeah.
gray they used with the Z950 in the orange combo.
Yes. The 800XC that I rode was that same gray. And it actually looks really nice. And I think if you added a set of red bead locks with that, oh man, red or any bright color, really.
I'm
It would
preferential
really,
to the blue. I love the blue
yeah.
beadlock. That's
Yes.
I'm just a blue guy. I love blue.
Yes. Yep. Hey, Ron, Mitsubishi. That's it. Yep. He got it. Ron says Mitsubishi is the OEM belt. Yep. Everybody thinks it's
That's funny.
yeah, everybody thinks it's Mitsubishi, and it's not. The Bleeb says the real pinnacle of their R&D is the evident with the gracious incorporation of 5 cup holders.
That's funny. Hey, do you want to touch base on the partnership with Can-Am at all? Or not Can-Am, KTM?
Oh yeah, we actually covered that a lot of live streams ago. We should probably
Oh, did you?
recover that because yeah, we did it probably 10 live streams ago. That's been forever though.
Yeah, the number one customer, briefly educated, someone who's done their homework, says, yeah, they're made by KTM, right? I'm like, nope, that's not it. So I posed that question to my rep when I first started at Holly Power Sports. I got a chance to sit down with them and ask them, just beat them up about all the questions that I've heard and the chatter on all the pages about the KTM involvement.
Yeah.
So what he told me was, years ago when they partnered up with KTM, it was for their street bikes and to build their street bikes. And they built a 1 million square foot facility across the street from the CFMOTO facility in China.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what I explained to folks is, there is no proven or no paper trail of a direct involvement of the KTM involvement in this side-by-sides and the UTVs, or I'm sorry, the ATVs and the UTVs. However, if you think KTM's going to partner up with CFMOTO and not say, okay, this is our quality standard, you need to raise your bar of quality. And this is just goes back to what you were talking about earlier, where years ago when they first came on the scene, they were the typical, they earned the Chinese stigma. And now, because they partnered up with KTM, KTM says, you need to up your game if we're going to put our name with your name in any facet.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what they've done. And if you listen to dirt tracks, if you listen to ATV guys, if you listen to any of the guys doing the reviews out there, they will flat out say in every single review that the CFMOTO build quality and reliability is on par with every single manufacturer out there, big brand anyway, including the Japanese, including the North American, the Canadian, the Polaris, the whatever. They are right there. So I always tell people the only reason you'd want to even spend the money to get a Can-Am or a Polaris is if you feel that you need to be the fastest guy on the block, or you're a brand, excuse the language, brand whore, or you just like spending your money it's like someone buying the, a $80 t-shirt just because it has a certain logo on it. Outside of that, man, there is nothing. We've talked about this many times, off camera and off whatever on the phone, that CFMOTO, it can do everything and anything any other brand on the market can do.
Yeah.
It just won't get there as fast, period.
Yep. I want to address this comment, but I can't go too far with it. The Bleeb says, I hear a high power engine is in the works for the Z. This is true. I have some inside information. I've seen some inside things. I don't know if Rob has got to see the same things or not, but I can't go too deep into detail here. But CFMOTO has some pretty cool stuff coming.
No,
And
I
don't
haven't
think
seen anything beyond the HO.
Okay. Well, I don't think this cool stuff is going to be coming in 2022 or 2023 or 2024.
Does it start with the letter that looks like this?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, right on.
Yeah. So
It's much needed.
yes.
And they, you know, CFMOTO will always answer the call, but they're going to take the time and the proper development to do it right.
Yes. So I will say this. I don't know if this part is true, but I did hear through the grapevine of some higher up people that know some people. CFMOTO already has something that's already built and being tested as we speak, but they're having some issues with overheating. And it's due to the engine that they're using, which is a KTM engine. It's an older engine, but they're using it, and it can put down about 150 horsepower, but trying to meet the requirements of clean air, the engine can't handle being so lean. So
it's a freaking off-road vehicle. They need to throw that stuff in the garbage.
I know. I agree. So I don't know if that's true. That part I don't know is true. But the other stuff I do know is true.
I can bring it to you.
So hopefully that brings something into light. And I don't want to say too much because I don't want to get in trouble. And yeah. But the only reason I was wondering if you had seen anything that I'm talking about is because it was renderings and stuff that was shown to some dealers. So I didn't know if you were one of those dealers or not. I don't even know.
Roxy?
The dealership that I'm in, as you know, it's in its infancy. It's just over a year. So we're not like Northern Power Sports, which is number 3 in the country, or MST, which is number 2. And the other one, I believe it's in Florida, that's number 1. I'm sure they may have been privy to that information. But our orders there, we've tripled from last year, as far as what we ordered. But we're in our region, which I don't want to talk too much about my dealership because you know we're all about MSC on this page, and I fully support them. I love them guys.
No, we're not all about MST.
We need to be because they're supporting the channel.
Your views just went up.
What did he say?
Your views just went up.
What do you mean?
You got a husky in the video.
Oh. Oh. Well, here.
Yeah.
Here's a Great Pyrenees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do love MSC around here.
Yeah.
They support the channel
MSC
big time.
Any decent dealer that supports CFMOTO, we will support them. It just doesn't have to be MSC.
Yeah. That's true. Yes.
And there's some dealers we will not support at all because they give CFMOTOs a bad name.
Yeah, we well, as a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know about this. But a couple of weeks ago I had a dealer called me basically wanting to take my sponsorship from Main Street Cycle to them. They were offering me way more than what Main Street Cycle gives. And you guys can only imagine how much Main Street Cycle gives. They give me a lot. This guy was offering me more. And I told him I don't give answers right away. So I did some digging. A lot of digging. I'm really handy when it comes to computer stuff. I found out that he has a really, really, really bad mechanics department. I also found out that he has 3 lawsuits pending on his 2 dealerships that he has. The lawsuits are quite a few of them, from selling vehicles with no titles to taking people's money, and it's just bad. And I actually talked to Mr. Crane about this because the dealer is not far from him. We'll just say that. We'll leave it there.
Wow.
So I did all this digging and found out all this bad stuff. And I said, no, sir, I'm not working with you, because I don't care. You could offer me $1 million a year. That's good for me. But if you can't back that $1 million and take care of the people who take care of me, we can't work together. Because here on my channel, it's all about taking care of the people, including me and everybody. So if you can't take care of all of us, we can't work together. And Main Street Cycle does just that. And I'm sure you do the same thing, Rob. I'm sure you do. I've never really did business with you, but I hear a lot of good things about you and your dealer. And that's what we support over here, is good
Well, I
dealers.
appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, we definitely take care of our people. You know, one of the biggest things we try and do is make sure that, you know, our Google rating may sound silly, but I know you get it. Our Google rating is everything. We have a 4.9 star rating, and the only bad review we ever had was actually before we opened, and it had nothing to do with our business. So yeah, we definitely go out of our way to love on our people. Our CFMOTO community is huge to us. We are not a dealer we are CFMOTO exclusive dealer. So yes, we service all brands. We work on all brands in our shop, but as far as what products we sell in the ATV and side-by-side lineup is straight CFMOTO. So they are our #1 priority. And we absolutely are. I mean, I'm totally, and you know this full well, but I'm totally sold out to CFMOTO, and I always will be. No matter, you know, if circumstances were to change in my world, it doesn't matter. I will always be a diehard CFMOTO guy.
You know, is what gets Steve and I a lot about certain CFMOTO dealers is somebody will have a brand new machine. They'll have a problem. They'll go to the dealership for warranty work, and they'll say, "Oh, CFMOTO's not going to cover that." When 99.9% of the time, it's the dealer not covering it, and because they don't get paid what they think they should get paid from CFMOTO, and it's not CFMOTO that's not covering, it's the dealer not wanting to cover it.
To put things in perspective on that, every legitimate claim I've ever made, and when I say legitimate, it means like, so the only problems that we've seen outside of the ones that were recalled through CFMOTO were, I had a couple engines that failed right away within 50 miles. Okay, CFMOTO they covered it right away, no issues. Now it may have taken them a minute to get the engine in because they may have, you know, they didn't have them in stock at that moment, but they never had a problem covering it. The only time where we ran into a little bit of issue is people not following the high and low gear recommendation through CFMOTO, and then they grooved out their clutch, and all of a sudden their throttle is real jerky. Well, shame on the salesperson for not explaining that to them. And, like whenever I sell a unit, I'm telling everybody, listen, I think I did a pretty thorough, good job. Do you have any questions? And they'll either ask the questions or say, no, I'm good. And when I finish up, I always say, make sure you read your manual. If nothing else, read this, because I'm not perfect and I may have missed something and you may not know the right question to ask. So read your manual. It's great bathroom material. Put it in there every time you sit down, pick it up, read a couple pages. And since I've done that, since I started at this facility or Holly Power Sports, I've never had anybody come back for that issue. But that was the only issue that wasn't covered, because the belt's only covered for 30 and the trans is only covered for 90. And the trans itself works great, but people groove out their clutches from not using the high and low gear recommendation properly.
Yep.
But outside of that, CFMOTO is fantastic. I mean, awesome for covering warranty work.
You better
if it's
clarify when you say trans, you're actually talking about the CVT and not the actual transmission, because it's part of the engine.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough. That's a year. Yep.
Yeah. I know for a fact, and a lot of people say CFMOTO did it because who I am, but I have to clear this up. What I'm going to tell you, and a lot of people know this, CFMOTO did not know who I was at this point in time. My machine was 6 months outside of warranty when my first rear differential went out. I was 6 months, just a little bit over 6 months. Warranty period, gone.
And it was 100% your fault.
It was 100% my fault. My machine was 100% modified. Exhaust, clutch kit, and tune. Okay? Modified machine, out of warranty. 100% my fault because I pulled my camper for freaking, I don't know, 30, 40 miles or something at 55 miles an hour down the highway with my Z800. Okay? Blew out the rear diff. CFMOTO covered every single bit of it except for
labor.
$260 in labor.
And I've had that happen too, where people have been out of warranty, but not too far, not like years out, but couple months, 3 months, something like that, where they did a good faith. They covered the parts, but not the labor. If you're not a warranty, you don't deserve anything. But they still did. I think they're a fantastic company, man.
Yep. Yeah, you really can't beat it. But it really gets me because I know how they treat people just because of that alone, not including the thousands of messages that I get of people saying, man, I really didn't think CFMOTO was going to cover that, but they did,
And then you get the other ones when when the machine's still under warranty and it should be covered, and dealer says, oh, CFMOTO won't cover it.
Yep. Those are the ones.
That's a dealership deal. I agree with you. Because
it's a dealership. It's a dealership deal trying to make $1. And I know nobody likes to do warranty work. Nobody does. It doesn't really make you money. It doesn't really pay the bills. But when you sell a product, you agreed to do what you're supposed to do to make that customer happy. Even if it means doing a warranty job, you got to do it. And if you take care of that customer, guess what? He's going to come back for all of his other stuff. If you don't take care of that customer, he's going to get into groups. He's going to talk about how you treated him. He's not going to come back. He's going to tell all of his friends and family, man, if you need a machine or anything, don't go to that dealer. That's how dealers die.
Or it'll be, don't buy that brand when it's not the brand's fault.
Yeah, or it'll be CFMOTO is junk. CFMOTO is junk. In all reality, we know every brand, every machine, every car, every truck, every plane, bus, they all have problems. And when you sell them by the million, you're going to have a few thousand of them with some issues. It's just a way of life. I mean, look, I got a MacBook Pro. I haven't had any problems with it, but people are having problems with the screens cracking on these. I haven't had any problems with mine, but that doesn't mean there's not an issue. You know, things happen, but when stuff like that happens, it just puts a bad taste in people's mouths when there shouldn't be one. And that's
Right.
why.
Well,
That's why.
Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead.
Finish up.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's why we support the good dealers over here, so people know, hey man, my boy Steve, Larry, they're supporting these dealers. They must be good. That's why we do it. And I know I can't push too many dealers because of the deal that I got with MSC, but I'm also not afraid to tell somebody, you know, that's a good dealer if you're local to them, whatever. I'm not afraid to do that. I got to. It's just who I am.
You know, not everybody, as much as they probably love to, can drive to MSC to get all their work done because their techs are great. I get it. But the local guys, if they're honest and they know what they're doing, I mean, why say nope? That's the only dealership around for service. You know, if you got a good dealer who's honest and whatever, that's great. But to go to your point about the guys who like to squawk about things they did and they want to blame the dealership for, we had a guy who, let's just say, he got his machine wet, and he took it to another dealership. Yeah, he took it to another dealership, and this was probably 6 months ago, 8 months ago. And the dealer said, "No way, you submarined it. We're not touching it. CFMOTO's not going to cover it."
Yeah.
And this was before I was at my dealership, but he brought it to my dealership, and they got it covered. So the guy got a new engine out of the deal, right? 6-8 months later, he comes back saying, "Oh, it's doing this and it's doing that." So, you know, he spent about 2 hours cleaning it before he brought it in. And sorry if my dog's barking.
That's okay. That's all right.
My wife and daughter are just getting home, so I hope you can hear me still.
Yeah, you're good.
So we do a little investigative reporting, pull off a few covers, and it's just saturated in mud. The air filter, air box is just caked with clay, mud. What, you know, these are not things that happen when you go through a puddle.
Right.
And he swears up and down that he needs to have it warranted. I'm like, bud, you can't. If I send pictures of this, because that's the other thing folks got to understand. Whenever we go for warranty work, whatever we're trying to warranty, we have to send pictures of a lot of different things that could cause a problem.
Yep.
So if we say, you know, we're not, this guy did this, and I don't care what he says, and I'm not trying to be a jerk to the guy, but the evidence what the evidence is. At which point, if you're not going to be honest with me as a consumer about the real deal about what happened with your machine, I don't feel the need to cover your butt after you've just lied to me.
Yep. I agree with that.
And this guy was torqued off that we charged him a diag fee to assess the situation, you know. It's like, you know, A, you just lied to us. B, we took 3 hours, and I'm only charging you 1, to pull your machine apart just to see if there was any way we could get it covered and not be fraudulent. You know, because CFMOTO is not stupid at all.
Right.
And a lot of folks don't know that I talk to the technicians, and I talk to the warranty guys, and I talk to the parts guys on a daily basis. They all peruse these social media forums of all CFMOTO stuff, looking for stupid things, and then they see those stupid things on claims. So if some dude posts a picture of his vehicle sunk and then tries to report a claim stating that the engine's bad, they're gonna decline it.
Yeah, they the guy that I talked to from CFMOTO the other day, he said they have a ton of people that scour all the groups, the forums, all that stuff. And
Yep.
you know, not only that, but they're also in them groups to help make their brand better because they're looking at all the complaints. Well, for instance, we'll just say a complaint. We were in here in this live stream earlier talking about how bright the dash display is. Okay. And the guy, he figured out a fix to dim it back down, blah, blah, blah. But when we're talking about little things like that in the groups, CFMOTO's watching and they're taking notes. Hey, man, these guys aren't liking how bright this display is. We need to give them some options on dimming it down. And then next year, you'll find out, hey, CFMOTO, they took care of how bright the display was. You know, they're in the groups scouring and looking at all the little issues that people are complaining about. Even didn't they just change all their clutches on the 2022 lineups because everybody complaining about the jerkiness and stuff? Then they just reworked all
the new 600 they addressed, the U-Force, the 1000 they put 2 modes in it. They changed the 500 C-Force and the 400 over to the C-Force 600 clutching. So yeah, I mean that is exactly what they do. And to your point, I was talking to one of the main guys over there just the other day, and he was talking about. Sorry, I got 2 of my dogs going bonkers right now. Man, I just lost my train of thought because these fur balls are just going bonkers.
Well, while you get your train of thought back,
right?
I see the 2 comments
like
about diffs, fill to spill. Don't fill them fill to spill. If you're just doing low-speed trail riding, you can get away with it. But if you do any high speed for any distance, it is going to puke.
Yeah, you have to put a catch can on it like I did.
Yeah, don't fill to spill. Fill it the way they said. And the newer CFMOTOs are supposed to come with a dipstick in the toolkit for the differentials.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, don't fill them to spill.
Yeah, see, I fill mine to spill and I put a catch can on because I want the extra oil for cooling.
Okay, I remembered my thought. If you guys are finished up,
yeah, go ahead.
So again, I was talking to one of the guys that he hasn't been there a ton of time, but he came from another brand that is probably the number 2 seller in the country, and he was there for 20 years. Well, just like a lot of corporations do, when COVID hit, they got rid of him and hired 2 young guys to replace him because, you know, he got paid a decent amount because of his knowledge and his experience. Yep. So when he came over to CFMOTO, I first made sure he wasn't on a recorded call. And then I was like, so tell me the difference, like, from working to where you were to CFMOTO as far as company goes. What do you think? And what he said was, and I like this a lot, that when he came over to CFMOTO, his boss's boss knows his name. If you work in a corporate entity, you know how valuable that is.
Yeah.
When he was at the other brand, his own boss didn't even know his name.
I wonder if that's the guy that I talked to.
All they're looking at is Donald Donald.
Yeah.
What's his name start with? What's the first letter of his name?
Hold on. I'm looking it up.
I don't think so, because you told me the guy you talked to, and it wasn't him. If it was
okay,
since the last time we talked.
CJ.
But who knows? He may be from the same company.
Well, I know this guy's only been there 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, this guy's been there a lot longer than that.
Okay, yeah, different guy then.
But he was just saying that CFMOTO he's very, very impressed by the personal touch. And that just goes to what you're saying about the guys from CFMOTO, the media team, paying attention to the Facebook pages and all the chatter in the chats and whatever to improve their product. And I think it speaks volume as opposed to some of the other companies out there, the other brands that are so corporatized that it's bottom dollar that drives their initiative.
Yep. That's the way it goes, and it's sad because it did not used to be that way. You know,
right.
I remember when. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I remember when pretty much no matter what you bought, it would last forever. You know what I mean? And now they're built to break, and I feel like CFMOTO. And like everybody says, CFMOTO is different. They don't do the same things everybody else doing. They're not following the trend, if you will. And I feel like CFMOTO is going backwards in time with their machines, because back when CFMOTO started, as we just talked about, they were garbage. They were the typical Chinese machine. But now, as the other brands evolve, they're getting worse and worse at braking and being unreliable. But as CFMOTO evolves, they're becoming more and more reliable. So I think in a way, CFMOTO is kind of traveling back to where all the other brands used to be, but are no longer at, because money gets to their head, which we all like money. But come on, let's face it. They want you to buy a new machine every 2 or 3 years. They want you to buy a new car every 5 years. So they don't build it to last. But CFMOTO, I couldn't tell you how many times I see somebody in the groups that say they got a CFMOTO from 2012, 2013, and it's still going strong. I've seen CFMOTOs with 40,000 miles on the clock. I've never seen a Polaris. Never once seen a Polaris or a Honda or anything like that with 40,000 miles on the clock, unless it was a street bike or something like that. But you know, those are easy miles.
I don't know if I'd say that about Honda, because man, a lot of the Hondas from the 80s are still sticking around. We actually just did service on one for
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I think it was an 85 or 86.
Yeah,
and we had to rebuild the curb and replace some hoses. It's just dry rot stuff, you know. But other than that, it started right up.
Yep.
Yeah,
and
but nowadays they're not built like that.
Correct.
No, that's what I'm trying to say. Nowadays they're not built that way. But I will say, Honda is still a very well built product, pretty much no matter what it is they build.
Because they haven't changed their technology in 20 years since when they were building them robust.
That's why everybody says if you want to go slow but be reliable, buy a Honda.
Unless it's a Talon.
Yeah, unless it's a Talon. But even the Talons are kind of slow. I mean,
well, no, as what I mean is about reliability, because I'm in a bunch of Talon groups, and they bitch probably just as much as Polaris.
Yeah. Oh, it's that new transmission and stuff. Yeah, I watched a guy.
Well, conversely, with the go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, conversely to the point that you were saying, CFMOTO's going backwards in a way that they're improving their quality instead of cheapening it like some of the other brands. Their innovation and styling, and just the lights alone. Like they have in my opinion, the best headlights in the industry, bar none.
I don't know. I thought mine were kind of dim.
Yeah.
Yours is what year?
18.
Yeah. Okay. So there again, they're progressing in the 2020s forward. Pretty stinking awesome. So I was driving my 800 XC down the road, right? I'm on a dirt road. I couldn't even see my wife's car. She was so far ahead of me. And I always drive with my brights on, just because it's pitch black in the country, right? So my wife calls me up, but I'm on my quad, so I don't hear it. The message she leaves me is, "Will you turn your brights off? You're blinding me." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She says, "I was in front of you." I said, "I couldn't even see you." But my brights on my quad were blinding her from a mile away while she was pulling away from me. I mean, granted, I was probably going 50, 60 miles an hour down the dirt road, but she, she was still far ahead enough that I couldn't see her. But she said I was blinding her from her rearview mirror.
Yeah, and CFMOTO has done a really good job on their headlights. They like the 950. Them suckers is bright. And
Yeah.
I put LED.
Same with the 600. And now
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say the redesign on the 400 has the better lights. The 500 has the better lights. The 600 and these are all C-Force, have the better lights. The obviously the 950 because it was a recent redesign. The 800 XC has extremely awesome lights. The 1000 C-Force the same. So I can't wait till I'm assuming, and I don't have any concrete intel on this, but I'm really assuming in the next couple years and their big reveals, they're going to have the redesign of the 500. They may even go jump it up to a 600 C-Force. I mean, a Z-Force, and get rid of the 500 like they did with the U-Force.
Well,
and then
they
redesign.
Jackson Blazer says, "What's up, Rob? This is AJ."
Oh, what's up, AJ? Good to see you on here, man. Love that guy.
They did once upon a time have a C4 or a Z4 600.
Yeah, it's a 600 sniper.
Yep, a sniper, but that was back in what, 13, 14?
Oh, I would have to go back and here, I'll tell you really quick.
So also, I actually seen a CFMOTO 4-seater from 2013. And everybody says they didn't make one. There was one local to me that I went and looked at.
2015.
Yeah, okay, 15. And it had the 500cc engine in it. And I almost bought it. The guy 4-seater, baby. It was camo too. Now, I don't know if somebody put camo on it, but it was a 500cc engine from 2013. Now, one thing I don't know is if it was another brand with a CFMOTO engine, but the engine was branded CFMOTO and it had a CFMOTO logo on it. Now, everybody I've talked to said CFMOTO never made a 4-seater anything, but I saw this thing with my own two freaking eyes, and I almost bought it, but the guy wanted $1,500 for it. It had some transmission issues, and it was pretty spanked up.
I would like to see a picture of that thing. I wish it, because I mean, I can't wait till they come back with the 4-seater or make the Z950 4-seater, because that in time will come too to compete with the Razors and the Mavericks. But that's going to be cool. I'd love to see the 2000. What was it? 15? You said it was 4-seater.
I thought it was like a 13. It was older, 13 or something. 4-seater. It was ugly. It wasn't any. It was ugly, but I almost bought it just because of what.
Oh
it
yeah,
was.
back then they were pretty ugly.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait until they come out with the redesign of the Z-Forces.
Yeah, I tried looking back on Facebook Marketplace, and the listing was taken down. So I tried Googling it. I couldn't find anything. And I asked some people, and they said CFMOTO never made it, but I know what I saw.
Well, I'm looking back through the years, and I see where, like 2008, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014,
So Ronald's seen one too.
2015.
Yeah, it was
So
ugly.
It looked like a brick.
until 2000, so from up until 2015, CFMOTO would denote whether it was a 2-seater or 4-seater. Now I'm
Yeah.
only looking at US models, and all I can see is where they say 2-seater. But it might have been something that came out of Canada or something.
And see, that's another thing that I don't know either. The
Interesting.
guy said he didn't. The guy said he didn't know much about it. He got it on trade. He couldn't figure it out. It wouldn't go into gear. And I passed on it because he was pretty tight on $1,500, and the seats was all tore. The plastics were faded. There was a couple cracks. It was rode hard, put away wet. The cage was rusty. But I thought if I could get it for like $800, it would be a sweet ass build for the garage. But he wasn't budging. He must have sold it because he took the listing down. So kudos to him, but I wasn't giving him $1,500 for it.
Yeah, it'd be pretty cool to drop a V-twin in there.
Yeah, like an 800cc, redo the seats, paint the cage, fix the plastics, throw some 28s or 30s under it and go sport it around. It was ugly, but I think if you done it up, it would have turned into a pretty nice looking machine. But the 500cc would have.
What did they have on it? 25?
Huh? They were small. I think they were like 26.
I said, what did they have under it? 25? 26?
I think they were like 20. Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Steve. Rob, somebody asked here, what are y'all thoughts on paddle tires for a 600? If you're gonna use paddle tires in the sand
only,
get some small ones with little bite.
Yeah. Well, let's ask you, what kind of terrain are you running?
I'm gonna assume sand dunes and stuff.
And yeah. Ron said 670 Predator 4-seater. What's up, Brandon? He said, "Hey, what's up, Doc? All 4 tires or just the back? All 4.
No, just the back.
You can't. It's
if you're running in sand, you want to have the fronts. Well, yeah, that's true. But if you put them in the front, you're going to spray yourself.
Well,
you have
to,
the back.
But you have to change the size of the front too to match the size of the back.
Not so much with sand, because in the sand you want the fronts to pull you.
True.
I used to do a lot of sand duning.
Well, in the fronts, don't you want this single row tread with the rest pretty slick?
It's pretty much. They got them with a really small cups that are like only half the tire with like a center rim.
Right.
He said,
because the further the tread gets out to the outside, the more you're going to spray.
Yeah.
And it's mainly is what it is on the outside. It's just little tiny cups, and it's just to help with turning.
I was just thinking, if Rob turned his phone sideways, it should pop up the chat.
Let's see. I see no chats.
No, he has to hit the down. I think it's down towards the bottom. There's a button that says chat. He won't be able to see us no more, but he'll be able to see the chat.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And then
if you're good with just popping it up there when they come across, that's cool with me.
Yeah, I'll just pop it up so you can see them.
But yeah, on a 600, I wouldn't go with a real aggressive paddle tire. It'll just bog it down to nothing.
Yeah.
Oh man. Everybody was driving so freaking slow on the internet or on the freeway tonight.
So basically, the Raptors run bald tires up front and paddles in the back, but I need to be 4x4, so I think I need all 4 paddles.
No.
Not necessarily all 4 paddles, but you need to be close in size. But you definitely want the bald tires up front because those are your steer tires. But if you get them close in size, so your 4-wheel drive don't bind up too much, you're in sand, so it's like being on ice, kind of in a way.
Yeah, they're not going to ball up at
No,
all.
but you still want them to be close as possible, or you will have some issues. But if you don't run 4-wheel drive at all, don't run 4x4 at all, you'll be fine.
Just keep it in low.
Yeah.
In that sand.
Yep. Low 2-wheel.
Especially if you're climbing.
Yes. Yeah. 4-wheel drive is not really going to help you in sand anyway.
If you put the front paddles on, you're just going to eat sand all day long.
Yeah. Yep. Merle said you run paddles in the rear. You might not need to be in 4x4. I've never ridden sand, so I don't know how it acts. But just going by kind of what I'm thinking, I think if you were in 4x4, it would just take power away and hurt you.
It does. It takes a lot away.
Yeah. So I think it would hurt you more than it would help you. So if you ran paddles and no 4-wheel, then you don't have to worry about your 4-wheel drive because it'll be disengaged. Just do not engage it.
AJ likes to ride at a place over in west side of Michigan. It's called the Silver Lake Sand Dunes.
Yes.
There's a.
Me
Brett,
and
are you familiar with Dirt Dudes?
Dirt Dude? I think I've heard of them.
Dirt Dudes. They're Michigan-based guys, just like Side by Side blog. They go out to the dunes quite a bit over in it's Mares, Michigan, the Sleeping Bear Dunes or Silver Lake Dunes. It's a pretty cool spot.
Yeah. I know Brandon Davis and I was talking about doing a ride over there at that dune place this year. We were looking at it on Google Maps. It looks like it'd be fun.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool spot. It used to be, real quick, AJ, going in, you can't go fast enough and low to make it up the hills. That's pretty crazy.
Well, he said he's running a 600 C-Force, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got a single seat C-Force.
Okay. So if he's running sand, I would get paddles and I would do a clutch kit, but I would leave the secondary in the stock position so you get faster shift out and let your primary do all the work. So get a clutch kit and leave the secondary alone. That way, the secondary will shift out faster and give you speed in the sand, because in the sand, you're going to have slip versus on regular dirt or pavement, you'll have grip. In the sand, you have slip, so your clutch won't work as hard. It'll be able to shift out and get you that wheel speed that you're after, but you're still not going to be able to do what a 200 horsepower machine can do in the dunes, but it would get the job done, and you should still be able to make the hills. Now, if that don't work, you can play with the secondary and tune it, but I'm pretty sure what I'm telling you would probably help you out. At least I'm thinking. Now, Larry has that clutch. I have that same clutch in the 500 trail, so I know how it acts. But Larry has it in the 1000, and he really likes it in the stock position too.
Yep. And only that, everybody preaches like B2 and B3.
Yeah.
And
I'm not a fan. I'm not
B2, C1, B3 put so much pressure on the freaking helix of the secondary that it literally chews them up in a
that
hurry.
and you don't get full belt shift out. So you don't
No.
even get the speed that you're after. And depending upon your riding, yes, those settings can help you. But if you want low end torque and some speed, just run a clutch kit, leave secondary in a stock position, and call it done. You're welcome, Jackson. But that's my take. And I have to say I did like C1 in my 800. I did like it. But it just didn't shift out the way that I wanted to and keep me in the power band. So I went back to stock position, which is B1, and changed my weights, which I'm going to change them again to get some more RPM out of it. But shift out, I can just fly through the trails. I can slide it sideways. The clutch is just so much more quicker when it's in that stock position with the kit on the primary.
And see, when I tried C1 in my 1000, and I lost 15 miles an hour off my top end.
I did too. Yep. But in C1 in low range, I could wheelie my Z-Force.
C1 in low range?
C1 in low range, I could wheelie the Z-Force with me and my wife in it.
I actually got on the throttle a little bit too hard in Burger King's drive-thru and fucking spun those 30s on concrete.
Yeah. But see, we have V-twin engines, so we already have torque. We have torque.
Yep.
It's not torque that we need. It's power and shift. And if I go lighter on the primary weights, I'll put it in a different power range. And I'm trying to get a spring for the secondary because I'm going to change the spring just so I can stiffen it up just a tad to keep it in a lower gear, but not lose 15 miles an hour.
Is what you want to do is you want a spring that's just a tad bit stiffer, but not quite as stiff as if you clocked it to say C1.
Yeah, right. You need something that's a little bit more than A1, but not quite C1, but maintains the shift out instead of just being one or nothing. I want a spring that's going to maintain the shift out as it gets tighter. Not just tight all the time. Like our springs.
Okay, Ronald, where you liked B2 for faster back shift in the trails and 23-gram sliders. Now you got to remember the machine he's talking about doesn't have the same clutch setup as what you have.
Right, it's different.
His runs a trail block style clutch.
But I will say, Ed, it works well with 28s and it works very well with the stocks. So yeah, when you go up in size on tires, you're just asking to lose performance, so you might as well clock at B2. Unless you're like Larry and you want to do 80 mile an hour.
Now, where he's, I'd have to look at the diagram again, but I think A1 is just a little bit more than.
It is. A1 works good. It does. It's not bad. But it's also not much of a change either than stock. It's not A1 is not worth pulling your secondary apart for.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just a little bit more. If you don't want to go all the way to C1, A1 might be an option for Ed because he's on 32s.
Yeah.
And I know that the 1000 has enough power to turn 30s at the stock setting without a problem.
Well, I don't know what clutch kit Ed's running, but I do know that his has some heavy 32-inch tires on his 950. And when I did that exhaust and did that tune, there's no doubt in my mind it will hang with the new HO. It just spins them 32s like they're not even back there.
Well, now that we got a dealer on here right now, let's talk about the other elephant in the room.
Uh-oh. What'd you do, Rob?
No, just with CFMOTO, in running so goddamn lean that the head pipes are freaking cherry red.
Oh, yeah, Rob. What's your thoughts?
My only answer to that is the requirement for California emissions that they have to bring them through for. That's the only answer I have. That's the only answer I've really been given. So in addition to something like that, we get one of our other brands in the dirt bike and the kids ATVs is KO. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the KOs. I know you are, Redneck.
Yeah.
Because Main Street sells them.
Yeah.
But every bike we get in, we have to rejet the pilots and the mains, and we have to change the plug for those things to run right. Because they're leaned at, well, the plug is just a Chinese plug, so we changed it to an R.N.G. But every vehicle we get in, with the exception of the little 70cc ATVs, every other one, all the dirt bikes, all the 125 and up ATVs, we have to rejet the carb because it's run so lean for California emissions, and we have to change the plug because they drop a crappy plug in there.
So our only option is a blinky box then.
What do you mean?
To richen them up.
Or a tune.
Well, if you got a 1000 like mine, you're SOL on a tune.
You're SOL, yeah. But I will tell you, Larry, Ed has the same engine you do. And that blinky box, I don't have no dyno here. But I do know it made a huge, huge difference. Now, I know you're not going to change timing and all that stuff and gain performance there. But the blinky box, it works. I had that puppy shooting flames, man.
That was funny.
Yep.
Oh, Merle can't do that on the Z1000 on the 2018, 2019.
Yep. Ed says I have the same clutch kit the copycat used for Main Street Cycle.
Oh, I think we might have hurt Airdam on that a little bit.
Probably.
I know we made Can-Am parts guys freaking rich on their clutch parts.
Yeah. Yeah. Can-Am parts guys owes us some money.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm going to have Rob's. I'm going to have to maybe send him a private message later on. Because I still need a freaking EPS brain.
Yeah.
Brain?
Yeah, I've got a weird thing going on, Rob. And I haven't been able to trace down the problem. I went through all the wires.
Ask Ron. He's pretty handy with these machines too.
You know,
Look at this cup.
I got one. Well, my wife does. I don't. She does.
well, see, here's the problem I got. Here, how long's it been? 6 months,
6 months.
Steve, that my EPS
Yeah.
unit went out?
Yeah.
And at the same time my EPS went out, my tachometer quit working. And also my check engine oil lights on. It all happened at the same time. The fuse is good. Got power going to
So
the
the
box.
big question is does correlation equal causation?
That's what I don't know.
Right.
Now, I checked the pressure switch for the oil sending unit. It does what it's supposed to do. It switches to ground when there's pressure. I've checked the signal because I know that the engine RPMs are tied into the EPS. I put an oscilloscope on it. It's doing what it's supposed to do. There's a signal coming from the crank positioning sensor to the ECU. The signal's coming back out of the ECU. It is going to the TPS or to the EPS box, and it's also still going to the dash.
All right. What I want you to do is when we get off here, PM me, and we're gonna chat about it. And I'm going to get tech support on the phone Monday morning or Monday sometime when I can get through to them. And we'll try and trace this down and figure it out for you.
Okay, and you know, I do know that all three of them are tied together in the instrument cluster too.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of wondering if maybe something went tits up in my cluster.
Anything is possible. Send in some feedback or something stupid.
Yeah.
It's happened before.
You know, I talked to my dealer that I got it from, and he's like, you know what? Check the grounds by the coil, because I just got done adjusting the valves and stuff when this all happened. You know, he thought I left off a ground. Well, I went through everything. I got no loose grounds, no broken wires, nothing. So I've been cruising around with no power steering. I got a mechanical oil pressure gauge, and then I got a little tack that I set on the dash. But
I was just talking to a guy today who has another dealership who doesn't sell CFMOTO, and he was asking me my opinion on a couple side-by-sides he should order, and he threw out he's got a whole bunch of power steering and non-power steering that he's ordering, and I said, what is the advantage other than price that would persuade you to order any machines without power steering? Because to me, it doesn't make sense. After you drive a power steering unit, I don't see how anybody could willingly go back to
I went from turning my steering wheel like this to like that.
Yeah, and then 30s don't help.
Yeah, especially with those 30s.
Now on that same thought line, I had a guy, oh my gosh, I can't remember his name. Really awesome guy, one of my good customers. He has 2 C-Force 400s. Now they obviously, we know they don't have power steering. He wanted to do a tire upgrade. So we took some we took Z950 stock rims and tires, front and rear, and put them on his 400 and put some 2-inch wheel spacers in the front. He said that putting those big old tires on actually greatly reduced the steering resistance. I was like, wow.
Yes.
definitely didn't expect that, and he loves it. I
No,
have
that
pictures.
sounds totally,
If they're on this phone, I'll send them to you, Redneck,
that
and
sounds
you
totally
can
ass
take a
backwards
look.
because just putting the wheel spacers on is going to increase it because of the scrub radius.
Yeah, but the bigger tires, they handle better in the trails than the small tires catching every little rut.
That's true.
Yeah, but when you
But
got
at
the
least
wheel spacers
people
on there
think
because
of it.
it's setting them out for, you'll get more steering feedback because anytime you hit something, the tires now have more leverage.
You do get the feedback there, but having the bigger tire now, if you add those 2-inch spacers to the smaller tires and you catch a rut, it's gonna be 3 times as worse.
Oh yeah.
I do know, and Larry probably noticed this, but probably not until I say something. Because me and him, we cruise the streets at higher speeds. With the stock tires, one little move on the steering wheel, and you're turning. But with bigger tires, the mass and the weight, it stiffens the steering up the faster you go, and it handles just like a car. Do you notice that, Larry?
Oh yeah. Well, my butthole used to pucker and my seat looked like the Mount St. Helens after it exploded when I'd go down when I'd hit 65 in my side by side.
With
And
the
now I'll
stock
run
tires?
with the stock tires. With those 30s, I'll run 80 plus miles an hour, and it's like I'm driving the car.
Yeah, it stiffens us. The faster you go, the stiffer the steering gets.
And I'm not
really
running sway
awesome.
bars either.
I'm not either. No sway bars. Screw that. Ditch them. Throw them in the trash.
People say, "Oh, you got to run the sway bars. They don't handle at speed."
No,
I freeway drive without sway bars.
Yep, me too. Yep. Get rid of the sway bars. Now you ain't got a corner at no 80, but
no. No, matter of fact, when I was coming back to the house, I jumped over the sidewalk and the curb and came in through the empty lot and back and was sliding it around.
Yeah. I'm not afraid to, without the sway bars, I'm not afraid to do donuts or anything like that. But I'm not taking a sharp corner at much more than 20 mile an hour. No.
Yeah, you got your shock set soft too.
They are soft. You rode in it. They are soft.
Yeah, I wish my 1000 rode like that.
I thought Eddie was gonna roll my side-by-side, dude. He come plowing through that field, made a sharp turn, and smacked the throttle. It started leaning. I thought he was rolling it.
Yeah, it's my machine really shined when I was living up in Washington. It was great because I mostly did rock crawling and trail riding. But down here where I'm in the desert and I'm either on the pavement or out in the sand at high speeds.
Yep.
I really wish I would have bought a Wildcat XX by Textron.
Yeah.
If I was to do it again, I'd buy a Wildcat XX.
I love my CFMOTO, but I wish I would have bought a KRX.
Yeah.
But I don't think the KRX would be as sturdy as driving high speeds as my Z-Force is now. I got my Z-Force dialed in pretty darn well. I don't think you could do the driving that I do.
Tag on that KRX.
What? No. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, Rob, and you're gonna shit your pants.
Hey, you need to put Merle's comment up there.
Oh, hold on. Come on, you don't want to check the roof integrity. Oh God. Rob, you're gonna shit your pants. 2 years ago, you could get a KRX for $15,900.
Wow.
Yeah. Not now.
What about now?
But 2 years ago. Yeah, they're like 21.
Right. So the HO,
Buddy,
after dealer fees, after the shipping, and after all that stuff, you're still around. I'm talking actually the HOEX is still going to be under 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, my 1000, I bought it in 2018, brand new. I was 17.9 out the door, but that included an extra set of wheels and tires, a set
Okay.
of beadlock
That could be a
race
grand
line
deal too.
wheels. That
Oh, shoot.
included a set of race
That's
line
almost 2 grand.
beadlocks.
Yeah.
Canadi Mongrel DOT tires, windshield, tree knockers, front and rear bumpers,
Yeah.
Yeah, you did good.
and the
You did
dealer
real good.
installed it all.
Hey,
Right.
you want to know what I paid for my 800EX out the door?
You beat the dealer up on that.
I beat their ass, man. 10.7 out the door.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what I paid for the wife's 500 trail? 14.5.
Wow.
Talk about ass backwards.
Well, they got you on the 500, but you got them on the 800. So it was about a wash.
About a wash, yeah. I love my CFMOTO C4 600. I wanted a 570 Sportsman, but after freight and everything would have been 3,300 different in Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, man, and
No, it's
I'd
Michigan.
be willing to bet. Oh, Michigan, okay. I'd be willing to bet that the C4 600 is a lot better than that 570 Sportsman.
Well, I can tell you
bet it
firsthand that it's a much better ride. Hands down.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it may be lighter on horsepower. There's no doubt about that, but it's definitely a nicer ride.
Well, you know, the one thing CFMOTO has over the other guys, we don't have the horsepower, but we got the torque. We got the torque.
Yeah.
So,
and the ergonomics, the riding ergonomics on the 600 is phenomenal. You know, again, I rode at 1000 XP today, the Sportsman, and I loved the smooth clutching. It was super smooth, but I will also say I hated the ride position. I couldn't stand it.
Yep. I know I got a buddy that I got a lot of friends that have Razors. I drove a 900 turbo. That thing, I have to say, I'm not a Polaris fanboy at all whatsoever. I would never buy one, never own one. I don't even like working on them. But I drove it and it rode pretty nice. Now my other friend has an XP 1000. I don't like how it handles. I don't like it. Yeah, they are. The Z-Forces are very.
Get to smoking.
I just don't like the factory seats on the Z-Force.
They don't bother me any.
They do me. They're reclined back too far.
Yeah, see, I'm more of a relaxed driver. I like.
Well, here's the problem. When you're all strapped in your freaking 4 or 5 point harness, you're leaned back. You can't even touch the switches on the dash.
Yeah, but that's why I mounted my Oxby Mate Gang panel down by my shifter.
You know, I got the Razor seats in mine, but you know, at least that allows me to sit upright.
Yeah.
I was looking at my factory seats, and it's like, yeah, do I want to just put them in just so I can remember how bad it was?
Yeah.
But then I've also thought about taking them down to where somebody can bend that square tubing and bend them to where they're upright a little more.
Yep.
Holy shit, this print's almost
We got
done.
another.
Haha. I don't even know where mine's at. They're probably upstairs somewhere.
So the other one I showed you earlier, that's this one's mom.
Yeah.
And then this one, she's crazy. And then I got a pit running around here somewhere.
Right. We got 3 pit bulls. Well, one's a Chihuahua pit mix.
Yeah, and it acts like a freaking chihuahua. It's so scared like a chihuahua. It's freaking pathetic.
Yeah.
Hey, be nice to the dog.
And it looks like a giant chihuahua.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
A full-legged chihuahua.
Yeah, it
Hold
looks
on.
like a giant chihuahua.
Scrappy. Come here, buddy. I'll see if I can get him down here. I don't know, though. He's lazy.
And then his other 2 dogs. Thelma's the worst.
Yeah.
I was over there. I stayed the night at Steve's. Was sleeping downstairs on the couch. And I almost ended up on the floor because Thelma decided she was going to sleep up there on the couch with me. Curled up
Sounds like
behind
a
me and
kid.
started pushing.
Yeah, that's what they do, man.
It's like,
Yeah,
fucking really?
100%. They think they're pocket dogs.
Scrappy. Come here, buddy.
You know, then this little husky puppy we got, she's just a pain in the ass.
Yep.
Does she sing to you?
Huh? Oh yeah, she's a talker.
Yeah. I had a husky Malamute mix years ago. Same thing.
We
Always
almost
singing.
lost her. We almost lost her about a month and a half ago. She almost died on us.
Bowel obstruction?
She caught the parvo
Oh.
when she was
that ain't
4.5
good.
months old. That was a fun trip to the animal hospital at 10 o'clock at night and $500 later.
Nope, not at all. So how many we got on here still, Steve?
6.
6
Wow.
still hanging?
We got 6 dumbasses still in here.
Man.
Well, you know, for me, it's not that late.
It's only 10 o'clock here.
Yeah, 10:06.
And we don't do that. We don't do that freaking daylight savings time bullshit.
Yeah, it is pretty dumb.
Yeah.
You know, our clocks never change year round.
That I didn't know.
That's
that.
why I had to ask you. That's why I had to ask you what time it was there, Steve. Because we
Yeah.
hadn't done these in so long, and it's like, oh shit, I can't remember. Is he 3 hours ahead or only 2 hours now?
It's 10:07. What time is it there? 9?
8:07.
8:07. Dang.
Yep.
Thanks, Jackson, for
Have a good
stopping
night,
in,
AJ.
man. Appreciate
Yeah, when I
it.
ran to the store or ran to Burger King there, that's why it was like 6:30. So I was hitting rush hour.
Yeah.
So
somebody
AJ
else
is one of
commented.
my really good customers. He drives from Jackson up to Holly to work with us. What does he say? And Jackson to Holly in Michigan is probably about an hour and a half. He comes to see us. The guy's a great kid. And he actually just rolled his 600 not too long ago. And I felt terrible. He somehow, for whatever reason, his trans locked up on him. I think his one-way bearing went bad, froze up, and his belt got wrapped around the primary and secondary, and it just locked everything up and threw him sideways, and he went tumbling.
Huh. Yeah.
Thankfully, I mean, he sustained injuries, but he wasn't, hospital bound or anything like that I know of. But
Right.
yeah, we checked on him and made sure he was all right through the mix, and we had to replace his front rack,
Hold on,
a couple
babe.
pieces,
Yeah.
and his handlebar, and his
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, it's all right.
Hold on, real quick, Rob.
They
My wife is on lunch at work.
Oh, well,
can
happy
say
luncheon,
hi to
wifey.
everybody.
Hi guys, whoever I'm talking to.
Rob from Holly said, "Hi, happy lunch."
Hello,
Oh,
Laura.
thanks.
He said hello. How's your night going?
It's going fast.
Going fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine too. We've been on live for almost 4 hours and don't feel like it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we're just in here chatting away.
Well, we got to kind of make up for all the lives we missed.
Yeah, we
Gives you
did.
something to do.
We did like an 8-hour live one time.
Oh, God, I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, honey.
I'm
Well,
gonna let you go.
yeah, I'm gonna get back to live, and we're having a good discussion, and we're all thinking about selling our CFMOTOs and getting a razor.
Oh no.
Rob's face is priceless.
Don't cuss that out.
She knows you're lying now,
You gotta
Steve.
get a Kawasaki if you're gonna do that.
Oh, she say that again.
I said you can't go and get a razor. You gotta get a Kawasaki. Come on, that's the way to go.
Yep. All right, honey. Well, have a good lunch,
right.
and we're gonna get back at it.
A Kawasaki.
All right. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Kawasaki.
Yeah, she goes to lunch at 10 o'clock every day. Oh, she's on overtime right now.
No, the boys are at work too at Amazon. Do you know those little bastards are bring home over $1,000 a week, working 3 days a week at Amazon?
That's what my wife's bringing home. 3 days a week, $1,000, and she got a $3,000 sign-on bonus, and on top of that, she's already took like 5 vacation days. She only been there a month.
Yeah, the wife, she quit her job at Home Depot, and she starts Amazon on the 29th.
Yep, I'm thinking about going to Amazon. She's
gonna go in. She's gonna go in and work 4 10s day shift.
Yep.
She gets a $3,000 sign-on bonus and almost $17 an hour.
Yep. My wife's making $17 an hour. They gave her like $250 for Thanksgiving, and she was home.
Yeah.
So they
you hear people bashing Amazon all the time, how they don't take care of their employees. Their employees don't make more money. They're starving. That just irks me because, well, I know people that work there, and they do pretty damn good.
Yep. I know my wife, she's doing so good that they're putting her on bigger, badder stuff than packing boxes.
Yeah.
Bigger, badder stuff than packing boxes.
Yeah.
I think she's got the tape in the boxes shut.
Yep. I guess, I don't know. She said something about starting next week. They're putting her on the other side of the building doing something else. And yeah, I think she'll be getting a raise and stuff real quick. Like, cause there's a lot of people there that don't do anything. They play on their phones, and they're going to be firing a lot of people. Or they're stoned. Yeah, they're going to be firing a lot of people after Christmas. So.
Well, that's like my boy. Right now, he's making $21 an hour working nights. He's working down on the docks.
Yep.
For $21 an hour.
I know, that's what I should go do.
I wasn't making that kind of money at his age.
No. I only make $20 an hour work on cars. And it's a headache too, because where I work, I got to take care of the customers. I got to take care of the bills. I got to take care of ordering the parts. I got to fix the junk. I mean, the cars. I got to order parts and stuff for the car lot. And then, to work for a car lot, never work for a car lot. Never. They are a pain in the ass. I don't even care if they're watching this live stream. They probably are. I don't care. They're a pain in the ass. Work for.
Here's one of my
you might be working at Amazon faster than you think. You keep talking like that.
Yeah.
Here's a bitch I have about the Z-Force. The freaking roof. How it drips water right onto your legs.
Yeah. It does.
So did you see
That's-
Merle Finch just became a YouTube member?
Yeah, I just thanked him in the chat because we were talking, and I wanted to thank him in here too. So, yeah, I want to thank
Right
you,
on.
Merle. I definitely appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, we were
I'm not even a YouTube member.
talking. I didn't want to interrupt, so I pinned it up here in the view, and I thanked him in the chat. I've gained
Yeah, I
2
want to
members.
thank.
Go ahead.
Awesome. I thank him for doing the YouTube channel, not the YouTube channel, but the Facebook page for Michigan. But he's also a very good customer of ours, and he's just top shelf dude.
Yep.
Good guy to have on your side. That's for sure. We appreciate you, Merle.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
know,
he's
Steve,
doing good over there, that group.
I can't see all of your videos.
What do you mean?
Well, because I'm not a member.
Oh, there's only 2 you can't see. You'll be able to see them after Christmas.
Oh, I gotta wait till Christmas.
Yeah, because the boy can't see them.
Oh.
So I had to make them members only.
Yeah, I'm excited to see those because I know what that's all about.
Yes. Well, I know he won't watch this live stream. He doesn't watch my live streams, but I got it running and I put a full exhaust kit on it.
Oh, what'd you put on?
I put I don't know if I can show you guys. Yes, I can. Let me see real quick. I'll go over here.
I got an exhaust on my 1000.
Yeah, I do too. Not on my 1000, but
I got a 2-chamber MagnaFlow.
Right. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but I can. Hold on. Can you hear it?
I can't hear it, but that's funny.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Oh, that little thing. Oh my God, sounds like Steve's getting ready to make some sweet love.
You're safe because there's no bounce. It's a bow.
What's that got in it? A Honda 110 clone?
Yeah. They need help on.
What do you want, Roxy?
That's a
Come here.
4-stroke, right?
Come on. Come here. There you go. There you go, girl. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Why you always got to be licking? Huh?
Okay.
Why you always
It's funny that you showed that video because I was taking one of our little KO 90, and it's the TS 90 that KO makes, and I was taking it from our store to our neighbor who actually owns us, and I popped that same wheelie on accident.
Yeah, they're torquey. They are torquey, and it sounds good with that.
It's
You're a channel member, aren't you, Rob?
Pretty certain. I should be.
You should be able to see that video because I got it set to members only.
It didn't come across, so I didn't see it yet.
Yeah,
but I can look.
You have to check it out. There's 2 of them on it. But after Christmas there'll be a 3rd one because I'm gonna see if I can get him to rip it around the yard. But I got some plans for that thing. I got some goodies coming, or some of them are already here. Some accessories for it, and I'm gonna put a Mikuni carburetor on it. So it's
Yep.
gonna be a screamer when I'm
Hey,
done.
are you running rec fuel on that one?
Huh?
Do you run rec fuel in it?
No, just regular, because they're so low on compression. Their compression is like 8 point something to 1. It's stupid low.
Well, the reason I ask is, KO actually manufactures and assembles the SSR bikes.
Yeah.
I didn't know if you know that or not. Yeah, Mr. Steve actually told me that because of some misinformation he was given. So he did some digging and blah, blah, blah. That was the end result. But with our KO bikes, what we found in anything other than the 70cc little Fox ATV, like I was saying earlier, if we don't run rec fuel, that ethanol will gum up in the carb in a week's time.
Yes, that's right. Them carburetors are garbage, man.
You shouldn't be running ethanol fuel in a carbureted motor anyways.
Well, not only that, but with the cheaper Chinese carburetors, it just don't act right with their aluminum. But if you keep them running all the time, they're fine. But if you let them sit for any length of time, that's when it happens. And the jets are so small. They're so small.
They
but
get plugged real easy.
Yeah, I do run seafoam in all my fuel.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm switching it over to a Mikuni VM22 carburetor. So you actually get the true potential out of those engines. And they're easier to tune, and they don't have the running issues that those carburetors have. So
right.
I actually built a Coolster 125cc go-kart for the kids. I snorkeled it. I put a bigger carb on it. I piped it, geared it. I did a ton of stuff to it. And it went from 15 mile an hour stock to 48 mile an hour, climbing hills in the mud with bigger tires. So it was a pretty beastie little machine. Actually, I bet you I deleted it. I bet I did. Yeah.
You know what, Steve? I love when a print comes off like that without no cleanup.
Damn, it's done already?
That's one of the parts.
Oh.
Well, it printed 3 parts. But look at this. Look how clean these are. Oh, and here I dropped that one.
Yeah. Jackson says, Larry, as a boat owner, also find me one boat owner that doesn't use regular gas. It's cheaper than wreck fuel. Plus, we use stabilizer. I think you could do the same on these machines. Yeah, Seafoam actually works pretty good. Honestly.
I run just regular 87 octane, 10% ethanol fuel in my Z1000.
That's what
I've ran it for the last 7,000 miles without a problem.
Yeah.
I've even let my machine sit for like 6 months and went out, hooked up the battery, fired it up, and drove that tank of fuel out of it with no problems.
Plus, I want to tell you, it really depends upon where you get your fuel too. That makes a huge difference.
Well, that's with any of the, even like, the wife usually gets fuel at Sam's Club because, well, it's the cheapest around here.
Yep.
They got a bad batch of fuel, and her car was doing nothing but pinging. All because of a bad batch of fuel.
Yep. Yep. My wife, she used to get Walmart fuel all the time. Every time she get Walmart fuel, her check engine light would come on because of an evap code. And I smoked the evap system, couldn't find no leak, nothing. She ran that tank of fuel out. She'd get it at BP or wherever around here. The light would go out on its own. So I told her, I said, do me a favor. Quit using Walmart gas. So she did. Light never came on. Thousands of miles. I told her, I said, go get a tank of Walmart gas. She got a tank of Walmart gas. Within 50 miles, the light came on for EVAP.
Now, you want to hear something funny?
What?
I had a 98 Ford Ranger that I gutted the catalytic converter on. The only fuel that I wouldn't get a code for the catalytic converter efficiency was Walmart fuel. Every other fuel would give me a check engine light.
Yep. Yep.
Oh. But yeah, these guys that are putting premium 91 octane ethanol fuel in their these newer side by sides are just throwing money away.
Yep.
There's absolutely no reason for it. If it was a carbureted engine, I would say something different. But with the fuel injected, you don't need it.
I just, for all my carbureted stuff, which I got a lot of carbureted stuff in the garage. Well, for instance, my Kawasaki 4-wheeler, it's a 2017 with 350 miles on it. It does a lot of sitting.
Yeah.
I just regular cheap gas with seafoam, and as a matter of fact, it's been sitting out there since July. I went out yesterday, it cranked right up. So,
yeah,
I mean, there's that, I guess. I've only had the carburetor apart on it once, and that was when it was brand new, and I put the Dyno Jet kit in it and did the exhaust.
Oh, let me look at something here. Ronald is blowing up my inbox.
Tell him to stop it.
Oh no, he's sending me. I don't know what he's sending me. All the pictures are blurred.
They probably got a load.
I'm kind of scared to open them. I don't know what he's sending me. It could be horse dicks or something.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, what he sent me was pictures to deflect the rain from coming down the roof.
Yeah.
That don't look that bad. Looks like it almost doubles as sun visor too.
Well, when I do my cage shop and my custom cage build, I plan on doing a whole different roof. I'm going to try. I just ordered the stuff when I got home today. So I got a bunch of steel coming. He said they shouldn't
land scale edging.
He said they shouldn't be blurred.
Oh, they were blurred until it decided whether or not I wanted to receive messages from him.
Oh, that's why. Facebook is smart. It knows when Ron sends a message to somebody, it needs
Facebook is smart.
Needs to screen them. Horse cock should have showed up fine. Oh my god. Only Ron. You ever been riding? You can't go riding with Ron, man. That's the one dude you can't go riding with. And just ask Mike. You have to go balls deep in the mud to retrieve him. Yeah. He sent his trail deep. Can't go riding with that guy.
I seen something show up in my notifications that somebody reported a post.
Where?
In Z-Force Nation.
Oh man.
A lot of people.
Hey guys, I gotta check out. My daughter just called me. She's stranded in her piece of crap car, so I can go check it out. You guys have an awesome night. Thank you so much for having me on.
We'll see you, buddy. Have a good one.
Take care,
Yep.
guys. Thank you.
Yep, you too.
Yeah. Some people commented on my little live video I did in Z-Force Nation.
Yeah.
That's illegal as shit around here.
Somebody tagged me in a long post.
Yep, in upstate New York, you'd be on death row for that.
Well, it has been over 4 hours. We should probably get off of here. Ed says I got a kid for that when we was talking about the mud. Yeah, he sent his kid. He did. He sent her straight in that mud hole, buddy, with a stick to check the depth. Yep. Yes, he did. Yep.
Somebody goes, completely legal here in Montana. We leave our house, hit up the highway over a major pass to get to the hills. Montana plate is not legal on a side-by-side for the interstate.
Do what?
Somebody said it's completely legal there in Montana.
Yeah.
You can't be with a Montana plate on a side-by-side or quadricycle, as they title it, and be on the interstate because they're only good for 55-mile-an-hour roads and less.
Well, mine's only titled for 35, but I drive it everywhere.
Oh, that one. Hey, somebody's looking for a picture for a spindle gusset.
A what?
A spindle gusset. Hey, you gusseted your spindles? Somebody's looking for a picture.
A spindle picture?
Yep,
We
of
can
one
make-
gusseted. I'm just gonna link them to your YouTube.
Yeah, I did a video on that. I can post a link. Oh, you got it then?
Yeah, I'm gonna just send it to them.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, Steve.
What? Somebody said they bought a U-Force 1000 because of me. I've sold a lot of machines for CFMOTO. I mean a lot of machines. Yeah, Andy said Ann carried the winch across. Yeah, Ed did. Ed said that.
And carried the winch across.
Yeah, he full center. I think I got her on video.
You know, that might be why I don't go through brakes and wheel bearings, because I never go through deep water and mud.
Yeah. Me either. But that's the way Ron likes to ride. Huh, Ron?
Ron likes it deep, huh?
Yeah. His old lady don't, but he does. She gets out, man. I thought she was gonna beat him that day.
You know, I'm trying to find your spindle video. I know it wasn't that long ago. I know you did it because you hit some shit.
Yeah. I'll look for it real quick.
Busted Knuckles?
Yeah, that might be it.
No, that's not it. That was a live stream.
Oh. I'll take a look.
How to add a second battery. I can't remember if you did it before or after that one. Wheel spacers. Mud Mayhem. Who sent me the stupid glasses?
Man, it ain't pulling it up, is it? But I know darn well I did a video not long ago.
Yeah. Ah, CFMOTO knuckles, how to keep from bending them.
Ah, you found it.
Yes, I did. Copy.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, CFMOTO Knuckles. Yeah. It only got 769 views. Shame on that. I cannot believe my videos don't get that many views. It really just sucks. I don't get it. I've been doing this for, I don't know, since 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22. So
well,
yeah, a long time.
Here's what you need to do. You need to do like a few other YouTubers and pay for the views. You need to get a bot.
Yeah. Yeah, but that just hurts your channel really because it's all fake. I can't do that. That's not me. I like to be legit, which is probably why I have way less views. Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right around the time you did the videos.
We'll see you, Merle. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. 7 is half gone. Drink an 8th one for me, buddy. Yeah, the 950 videos. Yeah, I believe it was actually, I just seen it. I think it said CFMOTO goes deep or something. It's one of them. You know I will, Merle. We'll see you, buddy. Have a good one.
What are you going to do?
Merle says don't pay for a bot. No, we're not paying for no bot. No, it's just a joke. Yeah, we're growing the legitimate way. It's just taking forever and I'm okay with it.
Oh, man.
Ron, I go deep too. I just don't get. Oh shit. Oh shit. You can't have this guy anywhere.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh, man. You know, I'm not even going to touch that.
Huh?
I'm not even going to touch that. No, not going to happen. Well, I think it's time I change filaments in my printer.
Yeah, it's time for me to go lay down.
I think it's time for me to get just on this printer here. So I don't have this printer set up to do keychains.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up real quick to print out Ed's custom Redneck edition, Redneck Garage edition badging for his Z950. He wants them on silver with orange lettering.
There you go.
I got the silver filament. I got the orange filament, which, by the way, matches the CFMOTO orange.
Which is hard to do.
Yep.
It's like a special orange. I really like CFMOTO orange.
Here,
So.
you know what? Hold on a second. Let me go see if I can find it real quick. I think I have it sitting out here in the garage. Fuck, this garage is dark.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Ed says, no, you're making the toys for it. It's been a good live stream. We're down to 3 people. Everybody must be getting tired. We're getting boring.
And now, see, now we're turned it into a bullshit session now.
Yeah. That's all right.
Really can't
That's
see
the
what
filament. Is that the filament Ed threw your way?
Yep.
Oh yeah, perfect orange.
Yep.
What do they call it?
Oh, what do they call this? Etches orange? ECHTES orange.
Huh.
Oh wait. That was in Dutch.
Hey Hank.
Let
How
me
are
read
you, buddy?
Let me read the English part.
Oh, okay.
It's much simpler. True orange.
Oh wow. No pulp or what?
Don't ask me to read this one over here.
Hatchbox? Oh, I
That one
can't even
there.
see it. Oh yeah, I can't even see it. It's so small.
Oh, it's in Chinese.
No, yeah, go figure.
But yeah, this was the only this was the orange that I found that was closest.
Huh.
See, Ed, I haven't even opened this up yet.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to print a couple calibrations with it to make sure it prints right.
Yep. Well, I should jump off here and let my dogs out. They got to go out. And
Well, it could be like this, Steve.
what?
You could have a dog staring at you.
Yeah.
What do you want? Huh? What do you want? Oh, you got to stretch before you move? Where are you going? Come here. Come on. Come here, Roxy. Come on. Come on. Oh.
Ben Better, my Z500 has been in the shop since. Ouch. Yeah, that definitely sucks. Wow. Yeah, that's not good.
Why do you want attention? You're annoying.
Yeah, they are, man. CFMOTO parts is horrible right now. It sucks. I'm still waiting on a couple boxes full myself. Well, Larry, I need to go let my dogs out, and
yeah, I think that's what Roxy wants. She's in here going, "Arr."
Yeah.
Go potty.
Rough. You gotta go outside?
Go outside. Come on, girls.
I gotta figure out why she keeps trying to shove her nose up the wife's ass.
Yeah, that's not good, Hank. Night, Ronald.
Night, Ron. Thanks for sending me those pics, Ron.
Yeah, thanks for sending him them dick pics.
Horsecock.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go let my dogs out and take my rear end upstairs and wind down and go to bed.
Alrighty. I think I'm gonna work on this here for Ed.
Yeah. All right. You too, Hank. We'll see you later. All right, Larry. I'll see you.
Alrighty. Have a good one, Steve.
Right. Yep.
All right,
You too. Bye.